Okay, I'm here. I'm back. Indeed. Uh, but anyway, thanks all, for being here. If you're here, um, we are going to do all black everything, which we haven't been able to do in a bit. Unfortunate, but it's what it is. But we're here today, so I'm excited about that. It looks like I have at least two black people here, one time, so that's great. You know, blue skies ahead. But let's see. Hey fellas.
Hey, how's it going, Prime?
What
Oh
up?
no. Yeah. I hope you two are doing well.
Never been better.
What's
You've
going
never
on?
been better than this moment.
Freaking
Nope,
91 degrees.
This is the moment.
This is the moment.
Oh God, I don't look white, but I look very bright.
I don't think you
I don't
can
think
look white.
you'd have to be like feet away from the sun to, to look white.
Like I want to turn down my brightness, but I also feel like it's gonna get dark in the middle of the
Yeah.
conversation, and it'll be way too dark.
Yeah, you're fine. And
Okay.
it's lighting up. You've got good features, my friend. Like you got the cheekbones here. It's looking good.
It's the turtleneck. Don't let him have that.
We got
Oh, man.
handsome guys who come on the show, man. We got some good looking people.
Oh, so what have you been up to?
Me?
Yeah, you, the guy, the host, the man.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. You could be talking to my man Waterkai.
I'll ask him next.
Okay. I had been playing. I told you this like before, like months ago. I made a declaration, and it absolutely held true, right? Like, don't ask where Prime is. Prime is playing Child of the Earth Tree, the Elden Ring DLC.
Mm-hmm.
And I did, and I beat it, and oh my god, like it's start with this. It's like the best DLC I've ever played. Period.
Mm.
Right? Like it. So when Elden Ring came out, it got nearly perfect scores across the board. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And with the DLC, it got like slightly less than that in terms of scoring.
Mm-hmm.
But like it's amazing. I someone else said this, but I think I agree. The most perfect DLC that man has made so far. Like
Wow.
that's Elden Ring.
That's pretty
It's
intense.
so
Pretty bold.
huge, right? Like if you had sold me it as like a separate game, I'm like, oh, all right. This is a sequel to the other thing. It's that big.
Wow.
It's that big. Like, and it's amazing. And I don't think it's absolutely perfect, right? I do have my complaints, but like I said, like as good as it gets. And then there's a difficulty. Holy crap! like From Software is known for difficulty. Elden Ring was difficult. There's some people like argue about like whether it's more difficult than previous like games, and there's like sides to that argument. But the DLC, holy crap, kicked so many people's asses. It was, and it like literally like a veteran From Software, From Software is the name of the company. Veteran players of their games were like, oh yeah, I've never experienced this before. This was just unbelievably difficult. And then I get to the final boss of the DLC, right?
Mm-hmm.
Legendary. Like legendary. The attacks are like unbelievable. How do you beat this thing? Right? Like he like destroys hope. There's like videos after videos online. This happened with Elden Ring too because they had a secret boss called Melania, which was also incredibly difficult. But this takes it to another level. It takes it to another level. And you're like, he destroys hope. He destroys hope is what that boss does. He just wrecks you in unimaginable ways. And I actually managed to beat him. Like, oh.
So
yeah.
I'm just curious because I still haven't played either.
Huh?
Is it like I don't know how many bosses there are, but like the point of the game, like the game is like you grind, and then you beat this boss like once, and
Mhm.
you're like, thank God, I don't know how I survived it. And then you go on to the next boss. Like, could you go back and fight the other boss? Like, does the other boss ever get easy? It's like, oh, that was an early boss. I'm like way stronger now.
You'd have to do a new game plus
Mm.
to do that. There I believe in Bloodborne, which is the previous game, they did have like a boss rush mode. Where like you could, fight like a lot of the bosses you've seen previously, but they're harder, they're upgraded and stuff like
Mm.
that. I've never finished Bloodborne. But that's like
It's
part of
kind of
it.
like going to
Yeah.
the Pokemon League.
Yeah.
Fighting the Elite Four. Because it's like,
Yeah.
oh, that's the Pokemon, but it's like way stronger now.
It's
Mm.
like, yeah, there's like that, but usually like those bosses are dead and gone for that
Oh.
particular run. But then your new game plus, your like stats carry over, and your
Mm.
items and all that stuff carry over. So if you're gonna say, well, next time is it easier? Well, it can be, except the new game plus, the bosses hit harder and their life bars are longer. So
Oh. So
Because
like
like
even when it's supposed to be easier, they just like wipe wipe that out. They're like, no, this
it's
game is
not
meant for suffering.
it's not entirely about the grind because you have to learn the patterns of the boss. You have to
yeah,
learn how it functions. So even if you had the best weapons and you didn't know how to handle it, it's still gonna stomp you in the mud.
he's absolutely
Mm.
correct. So
So
Okay,
like,
so there is no being getting OP at it. It's like you have to.
not exactly true, because there's builds, right? You can like get certain weapons and certain buffs, right? And like
Mhm.
the combination of them all like makes you do like I've seen people do insane damage, right?
Mhm.
With like doing all that. So it's a possibility. It depends on lots of things, right? Like the boss. What is the boss weak to, right? And like, will they let you do the game plan that you're trying to do? So that's another thing. Um,
Mhm.
but beyond that, right? Like uh it's usually like, unless you're doing, and most people don't do that, right? They're like, usually those are
Min
like
maxers or something.
experts, yeah, min max experts who are doing these like challenge runs, who like, okay, I've got this like build, and like, let's see how it destroys bosses, right? um but for most people, aren't gonna be like that deep into it, right?
Hmm.
And even if you do have something like that, for a lot of these bosses, like Waterkai said, you got to know the pattern, right? You got to
Hmm.
understand their attacks. You got to like get to know them. And when I'm talking about grinding, like, I'm talking about running the boss again and again and again until we get it. Like for like the final boss, there, right? I was thinking, yeah, this doesn't, like, I'm sure I could like do more damage, but like,
Hmm.
it doesn't matter, because like, I'll be dead. Like, I'll be like, unless it's like I can like 3-hit kill him, right? Like, I'm he's gonna wreck me. Um like,
did it have phases like Millennia?
he has phases. He has the second phase, and the second phase, like, it's like it's very much like the first phase, which is already extremely difficult. But like the first phase, but his attacks, he does like these sword swipes, right? But in the second phase, he has sword swipes that like make like light explosions like in front of it, right? Like, he sends out waves of light explosions, and then he has like 360-degree attacks, and then he has screen nukes, right?
So the
He,
AOE is like insane.
it's insane. It's insane.
Mm.
And like, he, like, so like, one strategy, like, I think one of the best strategies if you're fighting him, is to like be on him. I was telling my friend as I was actually grinding the boss, right? We were on we were talking on voice chat, and I was telling him like the the most dangerous place like in the arena is next to this boss, but it's also the safest place to be. Is next to the boss, right? You have to be hugging this man's dick, right? Like, seriously, you got to be on him constantly, because because if you're like running away, right? Like,
Hmm.
all his attacks, his combos have travel on them, right? So he'll start here and he'll go for like a mile chasing you with combos, and he's going to hit you. He's going to hit you. Like, it's and he's going to take a chunk of life. Oh, a grip of life is gone every goddamn time. Like,
Mm.
but I grinded, and I like learned some attacks. I found like that was a weapon that I didn't use. This is one weapon I only use for that boss. And that like helped shave down his life. The run that I finally beat him on wasn't actually even a good run. Like you're fighting a boss and like at the start, like or as it's going on, whether this is like a good version, right? Like
Mhm.
whether like you're healing too much, you didn't hit too much, right? It wasn't. It was actually not very good, like at all. I was like, oh, okay, well, this is gonna be another loss, but I just kept going. But I was like dipping and
Did,
dodging and just
did
like
you get
not.
like a couple of like actually lucky things? Like God, like that would have got me. Should have got me.
Yeah,
But like,
some of that, but then
mhm.
also like my dodging was like on point, like really good. Dodging. I'm like, "Okay, I'm still alive." Like as I play, I'm like, "Oh, that didn't kill me. Okay, all right." And like just kept wailing and wailing, and then like the health bar got low because before I had gotten him to 20% of his life. That was as close as I had gotten before, and then from there, I could not get him anywhere close to that. Like it was like it was downhill from there. But then I kept whittling away his life, and then it was just like a little bit. And I remember because I was on the voice chat with my friend, and I just got quiet because I couldn't say anything. I was locked
I
in,
gotta
man.
lock in. You gotta lock in.
I was like, is this
Ultra instinct
happening?
button.
No, this is not happening, right? And like I'm like taking no chances. I'm like, okay, like let me heal. Like even though like this is not the point where I would usually heal. I'm like, you know what? His life is a little low, but like let me just heal just in case some crazy shit happens, right? Let me up my potions, all that. And then I saw an opportunity, spammed attacks, and he was dead. I was like, let's go. I was so
Give a
excited.
level of satisfaction.
Yeah. Craziness, man. So, to be clear, I recommend Shadow of the Ocean. I recommend Elden Ring in general. I think it's actually a great Souls game to get started with. I think it gives you a lot of options to pick your difficulty.
Mhm.
Because it gives you a lot of tools, and you can just decide which tools you want to use, right? Some tools make it
Mhm.
easier than others. But you decide where that level is. And then Shadow of the Erd Tree. Once you've beaten Elden Ring, which is going to be a problem. Once after that, then prepare to cry. Prepare to cry. It's
It just matters how much
unbelievable.
masochism you have in you.
It does, yeah, yeah. If you're masochistic enough, give it a try. Uh,
I've been playing well, two game stories. One, I've been playing the new College Football 25, and that's so I'm back in the game, and I haven't been in the game for years, but I'm locked in. I got my dynasty going with the actual college I went to, which is fun. The college football team I played for. So I was like, oh man, this is unique. I didn't have to like create a team or anything, but um that's been a really fun experience. Build up a dynasty. And the funnier story is I actually had my one of my younger cousins came down with my mom while I was sick, and they asked if they could use what you call it, put Sims on my computer. And I was like, yeah, I don't care. Like blah blah blah. I gotta download it for them. So I walk in after they leave, I walk into the room and the Sims is up, and my Sims are like having like an 8-way orgy. And then I look and see this person's that they like my cousin downloaded like 6 different like crazy add-ons and
mods,
hacks and
yeah,
cheat mods
yeah.
and I'm like, what the heck type of stuff is going on here? What type of stuff am I cousin into?
How old is your cousin?
Oh, probably like 13, 14 at the
Oh,
degenerate
okay.
age. Yeah, the age of absolute degeneracy.
Yeah,
But
fair enough.
I don't think it was just about sex because they had stuff like vampire mod, like it was like just a bunch of random type mods.
Yeah,
But I
yeah.
just walked in on them in the middle of an orgy. I was like, "What is going on my computer?" I was like, "This isn't even like it's not even porn, but it's porn."
Yeah.
I mean, it's as close as it needs to get.
Yeah, I'm glad my sweet mother didn't come in and then just try to judge me for it because I would have had to like out him 100%. I'd have been like, "Oh yeah, that's not me." That's for sure.
You won't gonna take the fall for your
Oh,
your
absolutely not. Absolutely. My poor mother, she has to see me as an angel. I am a virgin. I am an innocent child. I would never. Yeah, you're going under the bus, 100%.
And she doesn't know you like the rest of us know you.
Yeah,
A complete
no, my
degenerate.
mother. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, My mother would never. When I have children, it will be from immaculate conception. It'll be Jesus too. Like, I don't know where babies come from.
They
Yeah,
were just
That was
there. I was like, all
historic.
right, I guess
yeah.
that's what we're doing today.
Yeah, I've had girls that like are bothered by that because they like try to like do like goodbye kisses and stuff in front of my mom. I don't do
Oh,
that PDA for
really?
my mom. I
Uh,
don't at all. I'm talking about like I was in a
I,
5-year relationship with a girl I lived with, and I was like holding hands was like crazy in front of my
uh,
parents and family. Like, hey, you see where we're at? Like
so
distance.
I actually, so on that note, okay, all right, and I'm curious of Waterkai if you have a different experience. I'm curious how you feel. Well, I feel like Waterkai is going to be like relatively normal compared to us, but we'll see. But like, uh, I've never been comfortable talking to my parents, like even since as a child, like about like those things about girls. I remember as a kid trying, then like my parents making me feel uncomfortable. They weren't like being malicious or anything like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
They weren't being like bad parents, but like I just never, they never make me feel comfortable about like discussing those things. And that just kind of
Mm-hmm.
carried on to the rest of my life, right? Um, and so like I've never taken a girl home to my parents, but even if I did, like I don't think I would like make out with them in front of them. And like it like looking at like like a wedding where you kiss the bride, that
Mm-hmm.
like makes me uncomfortable. Like if I did it for my parents, like I actually don't want to do that.
Yeah.
It actually makes me feel really uncomfortable. That thought.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the weird part is I don't think my family's done anything to make me necessarily uncomfortable about it.
Mm.
If anything, like I've turned out the exact like I should be a statistic. Okay, like my family grew up with like zero censor in the house. Like I was watching for my like fourth birthday, they took me to see the Kings of Comedy show live. Like, and I didn't want to see it. I was frustrated because they told me we were going to see Tuxedo by Jackie Chan.
Oh,
Um,
that
and
sucks.
we didn't go see Tuxedo, and I
Just
was like,
to shut you up as you were
"Yeah, we're
going there.
going to see Tuxedo. We're going to see Tuxedo," and it was like Kings of Comedy. And now I look back, and I'm like, "That was a cool experience. I went to see Kings of Comedy," but I was like,
Wow.
I was a child, I was a baby. This is stupid. And then
Yeah.
I've seen like Boys in the Hood Friday, like all the like really hard, like crazy. Like I've never been censored. Both my parents have had tattoos, and like
Mm.
cussing and stuff was like super normal in the household. But I ended up like maybe it's because a large portion of my childhood also grew up with my grandparents too. And I think that may have had been what like toned me down into the idea of like, no, you don't do things, you don't show things, you don't talk about those things. And maybe it's because I don't think I've ever seen my parents kiss. I don't
Mm.
know if they do that.
Mm.
Hmm. No,
I promise they did at some point, but
maybe.
yeah, no, my pops was like super crude about it, so I could talk to him about virtually anything, but not with
Mm.
moms. Moms was like, yeah, definitely, she's not seeing any of that. She found a note from a girl in my pocket and went on the warpath about it, and wanted to go track this girl down.
A a girl in your pocket? What do you mean?
A
How old
girl
were
wrote
you?
me a note,
Oh, okay.
and it was like a really raunchy note,
Oh,
This is
and I
like
had it
middle
in my
school, high
pocket.
school.
This was early high school, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
like I was probably like 15,
yeah.
something like
Hormones
that.
are going crazy. Like I said,
And
the little girl wanted it.
you
Yeah.
know,
You didn't.
I didn't wash my own clothes at the time, or no, I did, but
Uh,
she got to the clothes before I could,
yeah.
and she found the note in the pockets and read it, and it was a wrap.
Then though.
You're gonna show me who she is when we get to school.
Did she actually confront the girl?
No,
Okay.
I didn't
All
give her that
right.
opportunity.
All right. Good work. Yeah. That's interesting. So you like split the baby on this one. You know, like with your dad, it's fine, but your mother, not so much. But then she was there. So again, my parents, they weren't trying to be like traumatic or anything like that. But like your mother was like, she came down hard on you to make it clear, like this isn't okay. Yeah, it's
Better
I
not pit
probably would have had
anybody
that
but
relationship
me.
with my dad, but like my dad ended up passing when I was decently young, so
mm,
I could
sorry
tell
about
we were
that.
on that path. I mean, it's fine. It's like when once things are so distant away, it kind of just becomes like a part of life. But it's I could tell like early on, like I was definitely on he was teaching me things about girls at an age that I didn't even care about girls. So I knew like when I actually got to that age, it would have like
Mm,
we definitely would have had that type of relationship. Because I remember I told him that I liked the girl in class when I was like in like first grade. I was like, oh, I like a girl. And then this is actually the thing that ended up shifting my perspective on dating forever. Because he asked me, he was like, "Oh, he just leaned in again. I'm 6 years old. Is she black?" And I was like, kinda. And she was mixed. I didn't know the word for that though. I was like, she's kinda. And he's like, kinda. I was like, yeah. He's like, all right. He said, you can date you want. He said, don't bring no white girl in my house. And I was like, and it stuck. It's literally, I remember the conversation. I remember where we were. And to this day, I've never dated or talked to a white girl. And I think it's mainly due to my personal attraction, but I'm sure that like shaped my framing around dating.
Really? Wow.
100%. Yeah. It's like 6 years old. And I live by it. And I'm going to tell the exact same thing to my kids. I'm continue
gonna
on
tell your
those generational
kids,
traumas.
don't bring.
Absolutely. Well,
Wow.
I'm probably not going to say it like my words like that. I'm going to say date a black girl, which means the same thing. We're
That
past
I don't like. I hate that. I hate that altogether.
I'm sure you do. You're the king.
You know I do. I know. It's not that like I'm saying that you should be dating interracial. I'm just saying that like I would give no notes. You know, like
I'm giving all the notes. And if they end up doing it, it's not like I'm like, oh, I hate this person, blah blah blah. But yeah, I'm super creating biases in my children's minds. 100%.
Don't like it. Don't like
brutal.
Yeah,
this is how we live in.
Deeply
Welcome to the
disagree
world.
with you. Like what? Well, Waterkai, you have a completely different stance on all these things, I guess. But like if you did have kids, like what were your thoughts?
I do have one. He just turned one last week.
Oh yeah, that's right. You do have a kid. Fuck, that's right. You do have a kid. I apologize.
And he's half Yugoslavian, so.
Really? Yugoslavian? Okay, all right. All right. Well, as an actual, not a hypothetical dad.
I'm sure Kai's super like, yeah, do whatever you want. I'm positive. I don't even know. He's like people, don't like people, like everybody.
Hey,
just be a good person.
Whoever grows on you, it is what it is. You can't choose who you love, and kind of works that way. Pops like the girl that I have a kid with, and the one before that who were both white, but like moms didn't like any girl, no matter black chick, Panamanian chick, no matter what. She wasn't vibing with it.
What's your ethnicity? Like black, and what else? Do you have anything else?
Just black.
Just black? Okay, I thought you were implying that you might have been mixed. Okay, all right, fair enough. Yeah. But hey, actually, I want to, on that note, I want Waterkai said, like, do you agree with that, Bam? Like, can you choose who you love? Can you not choose who you love?
Yeah, I think dating is a politic. I think it's definitely a decision. Socially, emotionally.
Oh no, he didn't say date. He said love.
Yeah, that too. I mean, I don't think that it all falls into if you believe in like the idea of the one true love. I don't believe in that. I think that I think that romantic interests are based off of like the circles and communities you're interact with. And I think that if you're a person who likes women, you're going to like a woman who's in proximity to you. You know, like it's just going to be one of them. Like, oh, I like her. If you same thing, you know, with whatever your sexuality is, like you're just gonna like whoever you happen to be near.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the idea of like your soulmate or whatever, right? I think all that means is that you found I think at least that you think at that moment in time that you found someone who you deeply connect with, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you could find another person somewhere else who also deeply connect with, either in the same way or in a different way, right? That equally is fulfilling, or maybe even more fulfilling.
Right.
So like I completely reject the idea of a soulmate, even though I might use that language, you know. But like the core concept I reject. And like choosing who you fall in love, like I'm a little torn on it, because like you can have feelings for like bad people. Like you look at like a lot of people who like, you know, get into abusive relationships, right? They feel for these individuals, right? And they can see like a lot of them aren't stupid, right? They can see the patterns that they're falling into, but like they love these people, like, you know, regardless. So it seems hard to tell them that you can choose who to love. It seems like you choose who to date, right? Like that, like I feel for this individual, but like I understand this is bad. This is bad news bears.
I think choosing who I think it's harder to choose who not to love. Like I think once you have that emotion, I think it's a harder decision to remove it. But I think that you can catch emotional like the early stages of emotions, and you can choose whether like to
To keep going down that path.
to
Oh,
foster
yeah.
down that path or pull
Mm.
away. Because I
Yeah.
think that like the people have like really strong, like feelings through dating apps or whatnot. They go on the first date and then they decide actually, or maybe they even have a great first date and they go on a second date and something happens and they're like, I really like that person. But if you feel like, you know what, that was a deal breaker for me or I don't want to pursue that anymore. Yeah, like I think that's where the decision lies.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've been in love a couple times, and one of them, I knew she was batshit crazy, and I knew it was the worst case scenario. And it wasn't until like push came to shove that I was like, you know what? No matter how much I want to be with this person, this is going to be torture, and I have to get out of this. And we still continued speaking, but I knew I couldn't go back to that, even though I still loved her. And then with last girl, like we went through times where we just couldn't stand each other, but we still loved each other. And like when you know you can still be with someone even though you can't stand them, but you would still do anything for them, it's a little different than just like, oh well, just it's not for me.
This is completely off topic. This was something I actually wanted to talk about a few weeks ago. You can tell me if it's like too far out to
No, I
like
was
carry
gonna say
anymore.
one thing quickly. Hey everyone, we're just waiting on the other black people to show up, so that's why we're gonna talk about Kamala. That's the plan. That's what we're gonna do. We're just waiting on other people to show up. It's a black show, so this is how that goes. But yeah,
Speaking of, did you
please
see Fanatic's video on that?
I
about
didn't. So I don't know. I don't know what fanatic position would be on Kamala.
He did a video on it.
well, let's get back to that later. Bam wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was curious if you heard about I'll say the name. The name means less than the situation. I don't know if you've heard of it either. Christina Peterson was a black judge in Atlanta who ended up getting arrested at a nightclub.
Ah, yeah, I did see
Mhm.
I did see that.
And
Yeah.
like like people that I was curious to hear people's your thoughts because I've heard mixed opinions. I've heard some people believe that like like she threw away her entire career. She's like you go through all these years of education and I'm sure you've like shook hands and did all this like background work to get into this position and then you throw it all away for a night of clubbing, or you shouldn't even be hanging around these types of people. Like, what this type of person shouldn't go to a club, and it shouldn't even be clubbing anymore. You're a judge. And I've heard other perspectives of like, like kind of like this was just a Dave Chappelle moment, one of those when keeping it real goes wrong, situations. Clubbing anymore, judge. And I've heard other perspectives of like, like what up?
Yeah, something.
And yeah. But I don't want to influence anybody's perspective. I was just curious what y'all's.
So if you could remind me, so hey again, but thanks for being your friend.
Yo,
So
I got on a lot of colors right now.
yeah, more than usual, honestly, for you. Actually, that's a good
I had to
point.
throw
None of
this
them
hat
match.
on right before I joined. Why do y'all sound so low?
I don't know.
Brother, your headphones.
Yeah.
I think my volume is low. Y'all good?
But yeah, Bam is asking us, was it Christina Peterson? Is that what her name is?
Mm-hmm.
A judge who got arrested at a nightclub. Could you explain exactly how she got? Because what I think I remember, and I could be wrong about this, is that like a cop like asked her for her ID, and then she refused to like provide it or something like that. And then she made a big deal of it. Then like they took her down, like they like took her down to the pavement, which feels unnecessary. But anyway, they did that, and then they arrested her, and then she made like a big stink at like the jail. She's like, "Don't touch me!" Like, how dare you, and all that stuff. Is that like generally how that went? If I remember.
Yeah, pretty much. I think she was out with some friends. I think one of the friends got into a fight with somebody else, and then the cop was kind of outside and was kind of just addressing the whole friend group, like, "Hey, what's going on? I need everybody's ID, like, getting to the bottom of this." And she was like, "You didn't get my ID," which,
Like,
I mean, to me, to some degree, I feel like it's a legal right as an American. But I don't know. I know some people say like you have to identify yourself, or they have to have some way of identifying yourself, or whatever. But yeah,
Yeah,
she ended up getting caught on body cam,
yeah. He
whatever,
like
and
took her
lost her
down to
job.
the ground. I remember like seeing that part. Like, um, and then put her in the cuffs. Yeah. So one, like, I reject that premise of people that you were saying.
Hmm.
People were saying that she can't club, right? She can't like go out and have a good time. I completely reject that. You can have. I don't see why wouldn't you be able to do that. Um, I would, like, and within reason, like, be aware of your position, and that, like, if you're caught like, like dancing on the table, right? Like the people getting like upshots at your skirt, it's gonna be a problem, right? Even though I don't think it, like, that should be a problem for you. Like, the world will think so. So just be aware of it. But I don't think that means, like, you give that up for a judgeship. Like,
Hmm.
what? Like who gives a fucking judge? It's like, as long as she's doing her job in the courtroom, I wouldn't care. So I disagree with that altogether. I think she just like got like, I don't know. She forgot she's black. She ain't a white woman. All right. I don't know that speak to the manager shit works with black women the same thing in the same way, right? Especially if you don't identify yourself. Like, it'd be one thing if like, actually, I don't know if she was able to impress upon him that she was a judge, but in any case,
I
like,
mean, I think hopefully the point when she was trying to get through the situation without it coming out that she was a judge because she
yeah.
saw what would happen. She was like, okay, it's going to be a news story. Probably going to lose my job.
But then, like, just provide the information. Just like go along with it. Do it as quietly as possible. Yeah, one of your friends got in a mess, but that's not your fault. Like, you're not. It's like not in the rules. Like, judges have rules. Everything below the Supreme Court has like rules of ethics, and going out and having fun with your friends is not against that. So yeah, you're in the clear. So I don't know what she just made it a bigger deal. It reminds me of that prosecutor who went. Remember, she got, I think she was a prosecutor. Um, but she got pulled over by the cops, or the cops were trying to pull over, and then she like just didn't, and then she like went to her house as the cops were following her, and she got out of the car, and the cop was like, hey, like, I asked you to pull over, and she's like, you can't tell me what to do because I'm like a prosecutor or something. And and you watch this white woman, as she was like moving around the area, and like she like he was like, hey, I need you to stop right there so we can like figure this out, because I think she was speeding or something. um and she like, this is in the garage, and then she leaves the garage, she goes into the house, and then comes back. You saw, yeah, you remember this, right? And she's like going back and forth. That would never happen if you were anyone else, right? Because like,
Mhm.
if you were a black man, like, just like walk, like, you leave where the
Especially, I don't
cop
know where
could
you're
see you,
going. Like, yeah, you could be going to get a
go into
gun or
the
whatever.
house, and
Yeah.
then come back out, like back and forth. Like, yeah, they'd assumed you got a weapon, right?
Mm.
They would take you down immediately if you tried to do anything like that. But this white woman just kind of like did whatever, just fucking around, in front of him, and I guess it was just fine. Sorry, lady, you can't do that. The black woman, black judge, it's not the same.
Yeah, Jacob Blake ended up in a wheelchair for less. Like they weren't sure he had a knife or whatever he had, but they literally lit him up. So being able to go in and out of the vehicle wasn't even an option for that. But like when it
Yeah.
comes down to this situation, she didn't know the person that she was standing up for. And she said, from what I saw, it was stated that some dude was attacking this woman and she tried to stand up for this woman. And then a cop grabbed the woman that she was trying to help and she assaulted the officer.
Hmm.
And that's where things went really bad. So, I mean, it speaks to her character that she would try to help somebody she doesn't even know. I want to give her
Hmm.
a plus for that. But all the same, there are other ways than a physical altercation to get these things done.
Oh, okay, hold on. But let me just stop you
I
right
thought they
there.
asked her for her ID, and then she ended up. I think she did end up pushing the officer, but I thought she was aware it was a cop. Like the cop was like asking questions
From
about
this
the
from the
situation.
story I'm reading, the
Mm.
person that she was protecting said, "This is the only person that stood up for me," and she did not know her beforehand. And that
Um,
said that the officer like tried to grab her, and she attacked the officer over it. But I could be wrong. I didn't see the body cam.
Well, yes, so I was actually what I was gonna ask, right? Because if a cop says they got assaulted, I don't believe a cop, right? They're fucking liars. They lie all the time about exactly this, right? If there's body camera footage of her assaulting the officer, that's different, right? Then
I
okay.
think there is body cam. Like I think she may have pushed him.
I
think it
remember
may
there
even be
was
in the
body
thing.
camera of like the other, like the part where she got taken down. So I remember that part, but I don't remember seeing body cam of this part, right? And so that's assuming she did like actual assault off and like a real assault, right? Because
No, I
lots
think
of things
push.
count as
'Cause
assault.
it even says is like she like pushed him off when he was like holding her. Like, hold on, we're
If
giving you
that's
your
what the
ID.
if that's what the body cam shows, again, like I don't, because if it's a written in a police report, cops lie all the goddamn time. I don't trust a fucking word they say. Like, give me a body cam because you're fucking liars, especially when it comes to black people. So yeah, like but assuming it's right, then yeah, like you can't do that. Like you can't
So
be
I'm
doing
looking
that.
at the body cam image, and it says the officers observed several persons who were in a physical dispute. Security at the location attempts to separate the individuals involved. The responding officer also intervenes in an effort to de-escalate the dispute. A woman rushes at the officer, trying to de-escalate the dispute. So this is her attacking the officer, while he's trying to de-escalate the issue.
Yeah, if that's the case, then that was a bad move. Bad move. And then from there, like definitely give your idea, because now like I've already made a mistake. Now you need to de-escalate with the officer, right? Like immediately to just get this out of the way, right? Because maybe you could have gotten away without like getting charged, but like if you assault them, and again, quotes as to what that means, right? At that point, it's like okay, let me just try to get myself out of this. And she didn't do herself any favors.
It's
Unfortunately.
unfortunate because she was like fine too, at least for 38.
She was actually pretty cute. I remember that. Like, she was not
Mhm.
bad. She was pretty good.
But apparently she will throw hands.
Yeah. Love to see, and she's defending him, like Oh, well, actually, I was gonna bring up that. I was gonna bring up that other story, but it turned out to be a fraud. The brick lady.
Mhm.
Boy, we had conversations on that one.
That one had like 3 different parts.
Oh my god, that was an odyssey with that brick lady. But
I wonder if she'll. I mean, I guess. I mean, technically, she would still. If she's a judge, she's still a lawyer. So I mean, if they don't, I don't know if the situation. I mean,
who
they
knows
have
what the
ethics
laws
too,
are?
but I don't know if they would. I'm saying she may be able to like practice as a lawyer, even if she's not like a judge for.
Well, I don't know if she loses her job as a judge,
I
necessarily.
think she did lose her
Well,
job
the
as a judge.
Supreme Court of
Okay, never mind.
Georgia said she needs to step down.
Oh, never mind. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like she's
Excuse
already
me.
been replaced.
Fuck. That's really unfortunate.
And even the article says ex Douglas County judge.
That's unfortunate. Especially if she was standing up for someone, it's really unfortunate. But yeah, you can't. At that point, that's where like your judgment has to come into place. Don't touch an officer, right? Like de-escalate, like because especially I'll admit for a cop, right? I will say this, right? Like coming into these situations, you don't know who's in the right or who's in the wrong, so you're like separating people, right? Let's assume like the best intentions of the cop. I haven't seen the body footage, right? And so I don't immediately trust anything the cops say. But assuming it's the case and they're trying to de-escalate, like it might look like it their version of de-escalation may not look the best, right? They're like separate these individuals, right? Even if you have to use some force to do so, and then like try to figure out what's going on. Okay, well then maybe you can like let them know, hey, I was there, right? And actually, I think then is a good time to say like, oh yeah, I'm a judge, right? I saw the situation. This is what happened, right? Like I'm an officer of the court. This is what happened. And so like help them work it out. But like putting your hands on the cop immediately, bad idea. And then not cooperating afterwards, again, what were you thinking? And then like making hooting and hollering as you're being put in the jail cell, right? Or like putting into the police station. Also awful. Like I don't know, like bad ideas all around. Maybe she was drinking and her judgment was.
Yeah, she was definitely.
That's
drunk.
what I was going to assume. The judge showed poor judgment because she was probably a bit inebriated.
Yeah, that's a problem. the problem?
I don't know, GSU, what you think?
That
Lock
smile.
that
I don't
shit
like that smile one bit.
up.
No, I don't know much about the case. I'm sorry. I'm troubleshooting something that shouldn't be having a problem. That's having a problem. But no, I don't know much about this. You said it. This is the prosecutor in Atlanta that got arrested or something, right?
No, it's
Mhm.
the judge.
Judge.
Oh, judge. Oh, you know what? I saw that. I don't know details. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Is this a work thing that you're dealing with? But
Yeah. But it's
oh,
it's not a problem. It's not a
okay.
Are your
problem.
Sims having an orgy?
I'm like trying to get ahead on some stuff, so it's not even something that's like pressing.
Okay.
Mm.
But yeah. So we're still waiting on individuals. We have how many more? We got
3? We're waiting
yeah, I
on
think we got three
Razor,
more.
I didn't even look at the
The
topics.
big race
I
sweep.
usually try to read up on them before.
It's Kamala.
Ace.
We finna have a fight.
Oh,
We just
just
gonna
that
have.
motherfucker.
We have
I
like
was I didn't know if you was in it. I was like, geez, you better show up because we gotta do this.
yes, four
Yo,
more
Bam,
people.
you're an insane person, dog. I hate that you're cool. I wish I could just hate Bam. Like
I
it'd
know,
be
right?
life would be so much simpler if we could just be like, you
Yeah,
know
be
what?
like, fuck that
Like
guy.
we don't even need to interact with him, you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah.
I'm just a great guy. What can I say?
Would you
I
call it
hate
a
it.
defense
I hate it
mechanism
a
that he's
lot.
likable
This
while
is what
also
America should look like. This should be an example of what we
Nah,
can all
nah.
get along, even if you are
Let's not
crazy.
go too far.
Yeah.
Let's not go too far, bro.
It should be 4 black men in the room. This should be America.
Can we have some black women in this room as well?
Yeah,
We can
yeah.
try that.
We're not just gonna have black men, dog.
Yeah, we need some hoes. Actually, DQ somewhere in here.
All homosexual.
Yeah, she's
We're heterosexual, so
not ready yet. So we still. Oh, look. Why don't we just like get started? Because the other ones are going to be late. So do you guys want to just get started now?
I'm
we
cool.
can get it popping.
All right. Um. Okay. So anyway, thanks everyone for being here. Appreciate it. This is All Black Everything Roundtable, which you have Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, or whenever we get started. We haven't been able to have it for a few weeks, but managed to be here today, and so we're grateful for that. But yeah, we'll and again, I'm still trying to keep this a weekly show. It's just whether the stars align on that. But let's go to our friend Bam. Bam, thank you for being here. How are you, friend?
Doing great. I'm about to say, like I said, best as ever been. Well, I'm second best as ever been. That moment a few moments ago was the best, but still doing pretty good. Appreciate being here. Glad to be back because it's been a minute.
Yeah. Our friend GSU Gambit managed to make it here. A very busy man, but he managed to join us. How are you, Gambit?
I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. Happy I could be here. It's been a minute for me too, so yeah, I'm excited.
Next we have Lila Water Kai, who special guest star. He's been blowing up on his own channel. So thank you for being here. He puts on a great show as well on his own channel. You should check it out on Wednesdays, right? So yeah, thank you so much for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Been amped to come in, be here on any Thursday I can show up. Always have great topics and some of the best people I've had the privilege of hanging out with. Bam, especially, no matter what anybody says. And yeah, thank you.
I don't know. Maybe you should listen to those other people what they're saying. Anyway, and we have a friend DeAndre Pace. Came in just in time. By that I mean like we decided to just get started now. Because we're waiting. But DeAndre Pace is here. And we haven't had him for quite a while too. I know you've been having some personal troubles on your end, so I'm really glad that you managed to make it this time, Pace.
Yeah, I've had a couple of health battles, but
Oh man.
back to normal minus my tooth. That's that's why I have to leave early today so I can go get some more stuff for my tooth. But always glad to join and give my opinion.
dental pain is no joke. Like it's no joke. It's
Yeah, it's
awful.
not. It's the worst pain possible.
Yeah, it's
I
pretty
was
bad.
talking to a customer today. I told him, I said, uh, I took the last couple of days off because my tooth was hurting me so badly, and I ran out of lidocaine, and the doctors won't prescribe me any more pain
Mm.
meds because I still got the stuff in my system from what they prescribed me before. So I was telling my customer, I said, if there's one thing that'll turn a man into a crying baby, it's a toothache. It's
That's right.
always the toothache.
It's bad. It's not fun. It's not fun. Though I'm, well, again, you're here with us at this moment. I hope that gets worked out soon enough, friend. Um, but yeah. So why don't we get started with the topic at hand? Uh, so Kamala Harris has seemingly secured the Democratic presidential nomination. Uh, as the first black woman to do this, she is poised to make history. However, should the black community be unequivocally excited about her nomination? Considering her prosecutorial record, is she the type of nominee you'd want? And do you think that, in light of her previously soft poll numbers, she actually has a significant chance to win? So yeah, we're talking about Kamala Harris again, but like I felt like it was important to try this from a black perspective. Um, and I, I mean, Kamala Harris is like there's so much excitement around her right now, and I think there's valid reasons to be excited about her. But like as always, there's like a honeymoon phase to these things. I think that's what we're in. But I'm curious when people actually get more of a chance to examine her record, right? And her agenda when she actually puts that forward, which she really hasn't done so yet. But once she does that, will but will that excitement stay, right? Does she have a chance to win? And like, is this person we want to, at the lead of the country? So we'll go down the list for opening statements. We'll start with my man Bam.
Um, Kamala Harris was actually my favorite candidate in 2020. Um, I think that so I like, although I was surprised initially, and what is that?
Uh,
Is it bass?
DQ. I think you got like
Oh,
a sound issue. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Work that out.
okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Although, like I said, I was initially surprised by the turn of events. I've actually, not even slowly, I came around to it pretty quickly. Um, I think that she's actually gonna benefit. Like, I do agree with you with the honeymoon phase issue, but I think she's gonna benefit from this being such a actually a shorter campaign period versus this being like a year. If she started campaigning a year away, maybe people would have became a little more tired. I don't know the word I'm thinking of right now. Tired of her, but I think that she'll be able to carry this at least into November. And I think that I don't think she's the favorite right now. I actually still think Trump has a slight lead. If I had to go by a gut feeling, but I do think she has a significant chance of winning.
Okay. Mordecai.
So I'm not a fan of Kamala Harris. I have not been for a long time, and it's for specific reasons. But those same reasons, I would not say shouldn't apply to just about any other candidate that comes along. Like, I think there should be a presidential draft. I think there should be drafts for most politicians because people that want to be in power probably shouldn't be in power. But people still long for the days of Trap God Ronnie. And if you're willing to deal with a president that's willing to put crack cocaine into the communities, some bad calls and drug enforcement, and the history that we have with her shouldn't disqualify her as a candidate. I don't even think this is something we should really consider. So I know some people will have issues with her record and things she's done in the past, but I don't think this should disqualify her. And I think we should honestly rejoice that she's able to go forward and has the energy behind her. Like, she's on the Brat crew right now. Charlie XCX is shouting her out. She's got a lot of vibes going. So I hope she does well.
Can you explain it to me? People have been
Got
saying
Ronnie.
brat before. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. Could
So
someone?
there's a
His
music
album.
artist called Charlie XCX, and she has this movement called the Brat Movement, where she's calling out certain celebrities as being brats, and she has named Kamala Harris as a member of the Brat crew.
Okay, so is this a good thing then?
It's technically a good thing. I mean,
Okay.
they talk about what's her name that Kanye used to date. Last name Fox. I can't remember her name.
I'm not the one
Well,
to ask. But okay, sure, fair enough.
yeah.
But it's a good thing. Okay. All right. Thanks, because they've been saying that like in all kinds of places, and I have no idea. All right. Let's go to our friend Gambit.
This whole situation. Sorry, my voice. This whole situation is insane. I think that in order to be the Democratic candidate, you should be democratically elected. And I don't think that's going to happen with all indications of what's happening. The party elites are again deciding that, hey, I know better than the American people. So they are installing Kamala Harris rather than her actually winning a primary. So if they don't primary her, they're just becoming more and more authoritarian, and I think it's a bad thing.
Yeah. DeAndre Pace.
I'm in similar agreement to Gambit here. I think Kamala, uh, right now, from everything that I've seen and heard from Democrats, Republicans, uh, Kamala is poised to do well in this election cycle, not because of her record, but because she's a black woman and she's got a gay vice presidential pick. Those are
There's no
her only two factors that she's got going on for her right now, and that's really what they're going to be running on. Now, the biggest problem with Kamala outside of her record is she is perhaps the most unlikable candidate the Democrats have put forth in the last 50 years or so. She, when you go back to 2020 when she was running for president, she couldn't even get 1% of the Democrat Party to support her in order to get her over the railing to meet the debate in 2020. So she has that problem. Her record has been border czar, is horrible. Um, but I do think that if Republicans take this lightly, uh, they can lose. And I'm in agreement with Gambit here. I think that the Democrats should be furious that this is the third time in a row that the DNC has stripped their choice from them. They stole Bernie from them twice, and now they have decided, well, fuck all 14 million of you who've already voted for Joe. We're just going to pick whoever we want and put them in there anyway. And Democrats, the voters, particularly, I know I've seen a lot of Black Lives Matter advertisements that are claiming that they're going to sit out the election if they don't get the opportunity to vote in a primary, at least at the DNC convention, to allow Kamala to earn her nomination rather than just been appointed by the delegates.
Okay. And finally, our friend DQ, back with us. Glad to have you, friend. Yeah. What's your thoughts? Your opening statement.
Yeah, I think it's that she's ticket.
You are breaking up bad, friend.
I'm bringing up that.
Yep.
Yeah, like every word.
Like that. It's not good.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Mm.
Mess with your mic a bit. And try it again. Yeah, try
come
unplugging
back
and
in.
replugging your mic. That might be it. You know.
Yeah, come back in for your opening whenever you want it. Just tell everybody
yeah.
shut up.
Yeah.
I need to tell. So there's three things.
But you just gonna skip a black woman like that to talk
That's
about
exactly
Kamala?
what we're doing, right?
I'm saying that she's working out of stuff.
Jesus
I don't want to
Christ!
make things awkward
Now
for
go
her.
ahead and tell us how much you like black women. Go ahead.
I do. I love black women. These are my favorite.
Yeah.
They're my favorite women.
Hear me now.
It's still skipping.
We can now.
Yeah,
So weird.
yeah. I'm sorry, friend.
Yeah, weird.
It's bad. Yeah,
Mm.
but work on it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Bam.
Yeah, I just so there's this narrative that only conservatives and Republicans are throwing out is like they're anti-democracy. What they're doing is authoritarian. You're right. There was a primary, and they voted for Joe Biden. They didn't just vote for Joe Biden. They voted for Joe Biden's ticket. And Joe
No, they
Biden's
don't.
ticket.
Not in the primary. In the
Joe
primary,
Biden.
you vote for the president.
Joe
Not
Biden's.
true at all.
No, I think it's still bad.
Still bad. Yeah.
And it's messing with everyone else's audio too. It's so weird. It's like
Yeah.
really bad.
No, but go ahead and lie. You were lying
yeah.
and saying that you vote
Okay.
for a ticket in the primary when you don't. Go ahead.
Correct. I was telling the truth. You're voting. So Joe Biden selected Kamala Harris as his running mate and vice president. There was no one under the assumption that Kamala Harris wasn't the vice president of the United States on Joe Biden's ticket.
But that doesn't mean anything when it comes to presidential nominations.
We can wait to the open because he's just gonna lie. Let
This
him
is
lie.
We're open.
We'll address.
Yeah, I'm about to say we're just
Oh,
waiting for.
oh, you're fucking lying. Listen, no, most people don't even select their VP until after the
He's
fucking
incumbent.
convention. Like
Who has a
Trump
VP?
just selected JD whatever.
JD Vance. Yeah.
They select them when you run in the primary. You're only
Not when
running
you're an
the
incumbent.
primary. Which candidate they're gonna put
No,
forth
that's
as
not
the candidate for
that's not true
president?
because if you're talking about incumbents, President Franklin Roosevelt, the longest reigning president we've ever had, he chose a different vice president every term that he ran, and he
That's
did
great.
that at the DNC convention.
But that's not.
There's
that's not
nothing
President
about
Joe
the
Biden.
primaries. No, listen, there's nothing on the primary when you vote that says this is the vice president. That doesn't exist.
Okay.
So
You're
Kamala
just
Harris-
lying. If
You
you
see
look
what-
at the
this is what-
results
this is
that
what
we
dishonest
talked
we're
about
being.
this the other day, you
But-
can see Joe Biden was number
We
one.
didn't know
There
that
was no
Kamala
mention of
Harris was
Kamala
vice
Harris at all in the primary.
Gambit.
It doesn't exist.
Come on, come on. But Gambit, like we can understand. Yes, like you're voting for the president, but there was no reason to believe that the Vice President Harris was going to be replaced. There's no reason to believe that she
No
wasn't going
one's
to be.
saying
no,
that she's
that's
going to be
not my
That is
replaced.
what you're saying.
That's
what
not
you're
the case.
insinuating.
not
You're
my
saying we have
case.
no idea who the vice president is.
No, that has
Biden,
nothing
Joe
to do
Biden's
with
vice
it at
president
all.
is a ticket. The Kamala Harris would
That
absolutely
literally
be a ticket.
doesn't matter.
That's
what
not how
y'all
it works.
Go ahead.
When
Okay,
you're
I'm
going
not-
to the primaries, you're voting for the
The
leader of
ticket.
the ticket. You're not voting for the vice president.
You
The
absolutely
vice
are.
presidential pick is completely a non-factor when you're going to the
That's not
primaries. The
true.
primaries
No, you're
are
lying.
only
You
the
are
general
lying to
election.
yourself. People
who's going to
choose.
be on the ballot. The
People
person,
choose their vice president based on who they
Like,
think they're going
no.
to appeal to.
Yeah, I was about to say if
No.
if
Wait,
a person running for
can we
president,
not lie so we can move by this point? That doesn't matter. Listen, in the primaries during the caucus, it isn't even settled on who the candidate is. So there is no VP a part of the
Joe
caucus
Biden's
process.
VP
But-
pick.
No,
ticket
this doesn't matter.
was-
None of this matters.
It does
In the
matter. And
primary, you
okay,
don't
so just
vote
let me
for a
finish the point
VP.
then. Just let me
They're
finish the
not
point
a
then.
part of the.
I'm
No,
gonna make this
why?
point.
Don't waste time.
I'm not
on this.
lying.
Go look it up.
Hey,
If you don't know,
wait, hold on.
Go
Let
look
him.
it up.
Hey, let him finish the point, and then you can respond.
It's a waste of time. Why do we have to just lie?
Okay,
Like we can
Joe-
talk about some shit that actually matters. Go look it
I'm
up.
talking
if
about the
you
only
don't know.
thing that actually. I'm telling you what reality. Joe Biden's vice
you're not
president.
talking about reality.
Okay, Joe Biden's
You're
vice
not
president.
talking about
Okay,
reality.
Joe
Have you
Biden's
ever
No,
vice
you're-
heard
Let him
president.
everyone's
finish.
talking
Let him
about
finish,
reality.
please.
Gotcha.
Oh my God.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, Joe Biden's vice president was Kamala Harris. When you select Joe Biden, the incumbent president, you're selecting his ticket. If Joe Biden,
No,
if
you
Joe,
aren't.
oh God, shut up. If Joe
It's
Biden
not
said
true.
that, if
Every
Joe
time you
Biden
say
said
it,
that,
it's not true.
if Joe Biden said that his running mate was going to be Jeffrey Dahmer, people should impact that. That should impact people's votes. If something were to happen to Joe Biden, would I feel comfortable with
The
Jeffrey
impact on the
Dahmer?
That
vote
doesn't
doesn't
happen
mean
until the
anything.
convention.
It absolutely impacts people's votes. The ticket is what matters.
No,
Your
it
vice
doesn't.
president-
It doesn't
doesn't mean
happen
anything.
until
Oh,
person
so I
that
can't
is
finish my point because you're so
nominated.
terrified.
Hey,
I got a question after Bam gets done.
Yeah, and we're going to get to the
We
end of
can't move
Bam's
on.
point. So,
Yeah.
Hold on, Prime,
no. The
Prime.
fastest way to do is let Bam finish. I'm going to let Bam
No,
finish.
I want to let him finish, but I want to ask him a question after. I want to ask you and only you a question after this, so we can skip by this bullshit. But
Okay,
go ahead.
Bam.
Cool. I'd like to say, and we'll be through. You're selecting his ticket. It impacts how people vote. It's the reason why. It's the reason why people now are curious about who Kamala is going to select as vice president, because the ticket is what people vote for. The VP has a perspective on how people vote. So when if you select Joe Biden, you're selecting that you trust his right, and you trust his running mate as Vice President Kamala Harris as the ability to take over for him in case he's unable to run. He came to a decision that he's no longer able to run, and then not even making this up, because there's literally laws in place that allow Kamala Harris to take over literally from his Joe Biden's campaign dollars, as well as every other aspect of his campaign, because this is the legal president in place. So she took over for Joe Biden's campaign. If people don't like it, you know what's gonna happen. You know what can happen. One, they're still technically what you call it. There's still a delegate process that she had to approve, get through, which she did. She has enough delegates now. And if this is actually undemocratic, if you believe that this isn't what the people want, come November, no one in the Democratic Party is going to vote for Kamala Harris, because this is actually an issue of democracy. That's what happens. That's when the actual vote comes in November. But the only people who are making this complaint of anti-democracy is Republicans and people who have an issue with the Democratic Party in general. The Democrats aren't making these complaints. The people on the ground of the Democratic Party aren't making these complaints. This is almost exclusively, because I know someone's going to point to a one-off example, almost exclusively stirred up by Trump voters trying to push Kamala out of the race out of fear. It has nothing to do with actual care for democracy, and I won't engage with it.
Okay, hey Prime, can I ask you a
Came
question?
into some base takes. Awesome. Thanks.
Sure.
Prime, can I ask you a question?
We'll go to Waterkai. Yeah, go ahead. Sure.
Okay, did you vote in the 2020 primaries?
Yes.
Do you know that in the 2020 primaries, when you voted for either Kamala or you know that, right? Or the other people that were still in the race at the time. I don't know
she wasn't in
when
the
it
race at the
came to
time.
New York. But so if you voted, you're aware that you're casting a ballot on who you want to be the representative for the party, and that's it.
The
There's no
nominee.
such thing as
Yeah.
a ticket. That doesn't exist. You're
no
voting
such
for
thing
who
as a
you
ticket.
want the delegates to choose as president in the race. Do you agree or do you disagree?
Oh, okay. So you're what you're saying is that we are actually just voting for like delegates, right? Like who the delegates would choose at the convention. Is that your point there?
Yes, that's what every primary is.
Sure.
Do
Then
you
I
agree or
agree with you
disagree?
there. I agree with you on that. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And you do agree that the candidate that is selected by the delegates doesn't have to even give their VP until at the convention, usually is when they do it, or
That's
shortly
true.
thereafter, or
That's true.
right
Yes.
before there. Okay,
Mhm.
so this means that it's impossible that you vote for a ticket or vote for a VP during the caucus process. You may
Except
know who this person might choose depending on when your caucus is. If you're the first state, like whatever it is, Pennsylvania, whatever, you've never known because it's never chosen because everybody's still running. And
it's
then people
Iowa.
drop out, and then
to be
you
fair.
look at, oh, well, this person has some support or they can help me in the general election. So I choose my VP based off the results of the primary. Everyone knows anything about politics, but there are some people who are stupid who act like they understand the political process, but they actually don't. We don't have to comment on that. Okay, now, second, I don't believe that any human who has not won a caucus should be represented by the Republican and Democratic Party. And that's traditionally how it does. The delegates vote the will of the people. So the people say, hey, I want XYZ as the person on the ticket. The delegates vote with the people in their region or whatever, except for superdelegates. That's a whole different thing.
Mhm.
And then in the general election, that person has chosen a VP, and now you're voting for an actual ticket. That's how our democratic process works. Unfortunately, because some people here are authoritarian and don't actually believe in democracy, they want to have some different process where the delegates just straight up choose who the person is. And that's insane. I think anybody who supports it is insane.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to respond to that. And Mordecai, I haven't forgotten you. I'm going to go to you. So yeah, it's true that in 2020, when I voted, right? And Iowa, just to put it out, Iowa is the first to vote, then New Hampshire, and then like usually New Mexico down the line, not Pennsylvania. But in any case, when I voted, like Harris wasn't, I believe she wasn't on the ticket, but that she dropped out early. I think she was the first major Democratic candidate to drop out, because not she did a very poor job.
I would take issue with the word major, but we don't have time.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, she did drop out. But in 2024, during this primary, like it is, I think it's disingenuous to imply that people aren't voting for a continuation of the ticket, right? Unless there's a proclamation beforehand, lets them know, okay, this person, the vice president isn't going to be there, and we're replacing them with someone else, right? Or we just haven't even decided yet. That's a possibility too, right?
You
Then-
agree that you're talking about conjecture and you're not actually talking about the process?
No, this is law.
No, this
That's not law.
It
No,
is.
no, no,
Kamala Harris
Nothing
took over
that-
Biden's
wait,
campaign
Prime,
fund
no,
by
no,
law.
no, no, no.
It's actually Prime that's talking.
I'm
Prime, do
sorry.
you think it's law that you are casting a vote for a ballot, a ticket instead of that person in the primaries,
No.
even if they're an incumbent president?
I agree with you that we're casting a vote for that person. So in this case, Biden, right, and not necessarily
Okay.
Harris.
I just
Because-
wanted to make sure, because you
Yeah.
said that a person is casting a vote for the ticket. I want to make sure that you agree that there's nothing about that that's actually true. You're giving conjecture on how you think people think when they're voting, but people thought they were voting for Joe
Why is
Biden,
there a
which is
legal
why they checked
process
Joe
that
Biden.
allows
Now,
her to take
Joe
over
Biden
his
doesn't
delegates?
exist
No, no,
anymore.
no,
So you can see a lot of conjecture
Don't worry.
about what people think when they're voting.
Hold on. I think, sorry, like I think it's dishonest to think that people don't like. People also think when they're voting that they are voting directly for the candidate when you're wrong. When as you said, they aren't. They're putting in delegates, and the delegates will vote for them at the convention, right? People also think in the general primary that they're voting for the president, right? They're not actually voting for the president. You're voting for delegates who will later on, after the election, go to the convention and then
After the
vote in the
caucus.
president. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that'll happen afterwards. So yeah, people may have the I agree that people have different ideas as to how these things work, but like one of the ways that they think, right, is that, hey, I'm voting for a package. That I'm voting for the continuation of administration. There is no reason for any of them to think otherwise, that Harris won't be on the ticket, right? I think it's disingenuous to say that people in their minds aren't going to be expecting
I didn't
the
say that.
Biden-Harris ticket, right? Like they're when they're advertising during the primary, they're advertising Biden-Harris. I saw those ads.
But you agreed that I didn't say anything
Biden-Harris.
against this point, right?
Oh,
You agree that you're saying stuff, but it doesn't address anything that I said, right?
I think it definitely addresses
It doesn't directly
definitely
what
addresses
you're
what
No,
you're
it
saying.
really does.
Which part? Which part? Which
The part
part of what I
that's in
said
their
here
heads.
is
part of
addressing?
We talked about what's in their heads, and I think like actually that matters. You're saying it
No,
was,
I said let's not talk about what's in their heads. I
I'm
said you
yeah,
do
and I'm
agree.
saying it is important. So that's why I'm addressing it. I'm saying
No, I didn't.
So
Wait. When I was talking, I didn't say that anything about what's in a person's head is or is not important.
I understand, but then you replied to what I said, and you said like what I said was like pure conjecture as to what's happening in the voter's head. So I'm replying to that part. Okay. So anyway,
But you're agreeing with me. You're just elaborating afterwards. You're
no,
agreeing that it's not
Right.
true that they vote for
Yeah,
even during
yes, I'm
incumbents, they
saying
don't
that.
vote for a VP.
But that doesn't matter. People expected a Biden-Harris ticket. You're correct in that that's not how it works. But like with people, there was an expectation. Like, okay, hold on.
I didn't
Like,
say that they didn't
well,
expect
no,
that.
that's
though,
not.
Brian.
Pull back. Right. Let me explain my position on this real quick. One, I think that we didn't, on the Democratic side, we didn't have a proper primary. Right. I advocated for it. I advocated publicly.
No, we did. We had a primary. There was a
no,
primary, but now
no,
Joe
hold on.
Biden has dropped out, so there needs to be a
No,
new primary.
hold on, please. This is not your opinion. This is my opinion. So let me tell you what my opinion is. We didn't have a proper primary. like the Democrats cheated their way through that primary. One, they tried to stop it from happening altogether, right? But we don't need to have a primary because we have Joe Biden, the Biden-Harris ticket, so there's no need to have a primary. Like he's the incumbent. You saw here on Twitch when I was debating people. People say exactly that. Like, why are we like talking about a primary when it's Joe Biden's turn, right? I was talking to IRI, I was talking to Destiny, I was talking to all these people, and they're like, well, it's pointless to have a primary in the first place. They try to shut it down, and then for the quote unquote primary that we did have, they literally cheated their way through it. So even when they were facing small fries, right, like RFK Jr. and Cenk Uygur from TYT, right? There were and I forget which state this was in particular. There was basically like a deadline to apply.
New Hampshire, I think.
Was this New Hampshire? Maybe I don't
Because
know.
I remember there was another guy who ran for president on Democrat ticket, but they said that primary didn't count, and I can't remember his name, but he was, I think his name started with D, but he ran, him and Marianne Williamson ran, I think it was in New Hampshire, and they said that primary wasn't going to count.
God bless Marianne Williams.
Yeah, and Marianne Williams was not the. I don't remember it. I mean, there was a lot of cheating happening in this primary, but in particular the example I'm about to bring is that there's basically a deadline to like file to get paperwork in, right? And for decisions to be made as to like who was valid, right? They had this deadline, and then guess what? The DNC machine, right? The Democratic Party of this state, they changed the date. They changed the date, and there was this important meeting, and they had the meeting. And then after they had the meeting, they then informed the rest of the candidates, "Oh, the meeting already passed, and you guys aren't on the ballot." Right? This is the kind of bullshit they were pulling. The DNC actually cheated their way. So if you're going to talk about like a non-democratic process, I would say what happened during the quote-unquote primary is exactly an example of that. So we haven't even started there, right? Now, like excluding that, like pulling back. Now talking about let's go back to 2012 and talk about the Obama-Biden primary, right? Obama is the incumbent. People are expecting Joe Biden to be on the ticket. And so when they're voting for it, they're expecting that. They're not expecting, for instance, a Republican like to Obama to have a Republican or some sort of libertarian, let's say, because they have to be from the same party, like some sort of libertarian person to be on the vice president. They are expecting Biden. Now you could say that it doesn't make a huge impact, but it makes an impact. If that were something to change, then people's calculus would change. So I say that's fair. And then the last thing I'll say, and then we can move on and get Waterkai in here, is that I hear you about like the people. There should be some sort of process, maybe rather than anointing Harris immediately, right? There should be some sort of process. Now I was in favor of open convention, right? To be clear, I was
a primary process. Are you saying something anti-democratic?
The thing is, I don't think we have time for a primary. I don't know if we have time to have actually significant.
Is it our fault that Joe Biden dropped out? It's a fake time constraint now.
Everyone was asking.
I'm sorry. Sorry, hold on. I can speak for myself here. I don't know. I don't think it's a matter of fault. I think it's a matter of like this is what it is, right? And we're dealing with the resources, including time resources that we have available to us. So I don't think we have time to actually like print ballots and do like a nationwide primary, like across 50
We don't
states.
have time for democracy. Is your argument?
Yes, actually, no. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I don't know. You're trying to troll me here, right? I'll say it. We don't have time.
I'm just trying to get you to say it.
We don't have time. And I think
no, we don't have time for.
We don't have time for democracy. You heard me. I'll clip it for you.
Extenuating circumstances.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Please, let me finish my point, and then I'd love to hear what everyone else has to say. Just got to get this out, right? So I don't think that an open convention is necessarily democratic. To Gambit's point, right? People have been saying, well, that's a democratic process there. Having these like party insiders vote for the nominee. But I think it's literally better than nothing. And I think it would give us an opportunity to have these candidates compete and have some sort of voting process being involved in here, right? That's the closest we're going to get. We actually don't have time, again, for my man Gambit, right? Because I love him so much. We don't have time for democracy. We don't have time for democracy. So that would be the best that we have. But it looks like we're not even going to get that because the Democrats are going to subvert even that process and have a virtual roll call like 2 weeks before the DNC, and so like they're just going to wrap this up before we get to the to the actual convention. Also disgusting. So there's no democracy happening all up and down this process. I say there's no democracy happening. I agree with you, but like this is the situation that we're in. And considering that situation, I don't think it's unreasonable for people who have voted for Biden to have an expectation that his vice president would take over for him if he needed to drop out, which is exactly what he did. He dropped out. His vice president is taking over for him within this campaign. Perfectly okay. All right. So I'm going to let Waterkai in and then Razor and all them. And yeah.
Well, to Bam's point, ultimately, the people will choose whether or not they're happy with Kamala Harris being the pick for the party. So that's not even a question. It's going to be Democratic no matter how you like it. But when the party has to choose, when the establishment itself is looking at the polling and seeing who's going to win, also what the hurdles are going forward in this race, looking at the funding that's going down, looking at the delegates as they're going through, and looking at how she's going to get on the ballot. And there's already Republicans talking about not allowing her on the ballot and suing to keep her off the ballot. So, yeah, like Prime said, we don't have time to give them wiggle room to be more undemocratic than they've already been so far. So we're looking at that already. So then when back, this was way back before we got into the whole thing, talking about how a vice president affects what people choose. So looking at Trump, he chose J.D. Vance. He's already, since seeing Kamala Harris being the person endorsed for the Democratic Party, or for the Democrat Party, that he's having cold feet about that VP pick because people don't like him. So based on who the nominee chooses can deeply affect who's going to vote. This is just already understood. That's why
you're talking
Pence was
about
chosen
the
before.
public. Oh, my bad. I thought you were done. My bad.
I'm done.
You're mixing up the public election in November to the primary process.
I'm saying we didn't have these
I
primaries
never
until
disagreed.
1972.
I never made any claim that the vice president isn't important because that'd be silly to make. My
Oh, it
whole
seemed like
point
what
was
you were
that
saying.
we've never had a candidate be put onto the presidential ticket for any of our parties, Republican or Democrat, after a certain period ever in the history of the country. This is new. This has never happened.
No, this
We
is
don't
not new. We
just
did this up until
allow the
1972.
delegates to install somebody. And it is true that people will get to vote in November or not vote however they would want. But the reality is, in our two-party system, a lot of people are, never blue or never red. So whoever the delegates pick is likely going to get the vote for the support of the majority of people in that party. It's not like, let's not
Yeah,
kid ourselves that there's like
exactly it.
One small
party
question.
loyalists that are going to say, well, you know what, I'm going to go vote for Trump. Like, that's not going to happen. So when the delegates are choosing this person, they're choosing who people are going to vote for in November rather than the people choosing. And
So-
that's what's undemocratic about this.
People
Are
don't
you
have a
saying we
decision.
were not a democracy until 1972?
Say what now?
Nobody's saying.
Are you saying
Nobody's
that we
saying
were
that.
not a democracy until 1972?
No, I didn't say. Did you hear me say that?
No, because that's when the primary system was adopted.
Okay. But did you hear me say we weren't a democracy until then?
Well, that's what I'm wondering, because you're saying this is new, this doesn't happen.
I'm saying
we were
that this
doing
is
this
a
all the way up
part of
until
increasing. First off, I just said until whatever year it started, but this is something that increases our democratic process, and it allows the people to even choose who the party is going to have represent them, rather than the delegates and super delegates choose.
So you're saying the
Well,
So
polling
even
yes, I
doesn't
think
reflect
it's a
this?
even
less
before.
democratic process than what should be happening.
Wait a minute.
So
Do you, Gambit, do you believe? Oh, I'm sorry. You go. Keep going.
No.
You good.
I'm just wondering, does the polling not reflect the will of the people at this point?
At this point, no.
I can't think of.
Okay, so I don't have to listen to you.
They voted.
Do you
I can't
agree
think of a
that? Do you agree
time
that people
since-
will? Do you agree that people will vote with their wallet? Do you agree with the stance that people should vote with their wallet, kind of thing? I've always heard people
No,
say
people are
that.
going to vote their color. We're talking about idiots. People are going to vote their
No,
color.
I know, I'm talking like, yeah, obviously they're going to vote their color, but I'm talking like when it comes to the said candidate, because and this is the
You only
point
have
I
one candidate
love.
in November.
Yeah, you think and if people didn't like the fact that she took over, then she wouldn't have received the most funding in fucking history within 24 hours from over
She
800,000
received a
people.
big batch of
They
funding
froze the
because
money.
they were
They froze
pulling
the money that was
funding
going to
from
Joe.
Biden. Yeah, they were
And they
pulling
No,
froze
this is
it.
just
They
new
went
money.
and they
No,
waited. They
we're
just dumped
talking
it into it.
We're talking new donation from people who
That's
have
not
never
new money.
donated.
They froze
that's
the
not.
money.
You're
We're
lying.
talking small
No, there's
donors.
actually small donors. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
received the largest spike.
No,
in
no,
like,
no, 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 no,
Yes,
no.
yes,
Yes.
81 million from
She did
spike
not
small
receive
donors.
$81 million in new
Yes, she did.
donations from
Yes, she
individuals.
did.
That's
He
not
received
true.
like 240 million total, but like 81 million was like new small donors.
Yeah, with 500,000 being their first ever donation to a political campaign. So it literally fired up voters to actually put their money in and say, we want her. So if anything, it is democratic. It is still democratic.
No.
Sure, it's less
It's not
democratic than we
democratic
want
because
it to
in
be.
many-
It's less
in many
democratic than we
states-
want it to be. It's less democratic than we want it to be, but it is
It's
still
not democratic at
because
all.
Fucking people said we want Harris, and they're still saying it because donations are still coming in from small donors. And
So we should say the
voters
person who
support her.
raises the most money wins the primary.
And if
That's
they
what you're
don't,
saying.
That makes
if the
sense.
people don't like it,
Yeah.
they just don't vote for her. That's
That's what it's always been. Whoever gets the most
Bloomberg
never
won
money
the most
wins.
money.
Off.
Bloomberg had the most
It's
money in
never
the
been
primaries
whoever
during 2020.
raises
I
the
said
most money.
donations, not money. Donations.
He had the most donations and money during the primary in 2020.
Yes.
Bernie Sanders had far more money.
In
than Joe Biden.
2016, it was definitely Bernie Sanders.
But they stole that. This is why I said that the Democrats should be outraged because they stole it from Bernie to give it to Hillary in 2016. They stole it from Bernie to give it to Biden in 2020, and now they're stripping 14 million people who've already voted. And again, to go back to talk about Kai's point, this isn't about the legality of it. The legality of it is in several states with their election rules. The person who won the primary in that state cannot be replaced at this point and at this late in the game. If Biden was going to drop out, he should have did it a long time ago. Because
They had a convention.
No,
every
that's
week.
not the case.
the
Pace, that's not the case.
convention.
It's
No, that is the case. You look at the
No, it's not.
rules
Pace.
for different states. Different
Yeah, I don't
states have
think that's
different
the case.
rules.
Me and Kai
No,
already
no,
did
no.
it yesterday.
Pace. The convention is when they decide the nominee. Even if you win, so like let's say it's Gambit. And
Electors don't
right?
have to go with the what you call it. They can vote however they want.
If
No,
it's
I'm
Gambit,
saying that
if
in
it's
certain states with the primaries, the person who, like for example, in New Hampshire, Nikki Haley and DeSantis won delegates from Trump in that particular state. Their names will still appear on the ballot in those states, even though they are not the candidate, because they won the right to be put on that ballot.
But the delegates haven't been decided yet.
not for the primary though. So the primary.
Yes.
No. I'm sorry. Not for the general election. What we're doing is deciding about who's going to be on the ballot for the general election right now, right? And so we've already gotten through the primary process, such as it was, and it was bullshit.
Well, we haven't, but yeah.
But okay, but anyway, the RNC, right? That's where they decide who's going to be the Republican ticket. DNC, theoretically, is where they decide who's going to be on the Democratic ticket. And then whatever legal documents they put in from there, right? That's who ends up on the general election ticket, not who was voted previously.
DQ, you sound any better?
DQ? If you're talking, we can't hear you, DQ.
I mean, she's just muted.
No,
Yeah, I was muted. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay.
Oh, weird, but it's better.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
that's
it's
much
better.
better.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's a good thing that she's on the ticket, and I'm glad that she's invigorating the Democratic Party. And yeah, I think that she's just good for the party. She's just good for everything. Now what I have concerns about is really what if she's going to continue with the Biden administration line, or if she's going to essentially create her own path. I get that she's VP and she can only do so much, but I really, really need to hear like what she's gonna do for us instead of just running the same old Biden line.
Yeah.
I would
I
say
think
that
she'll
she
release her own
has
campaign.
done. I will say she has done that already. I've been seeing clips of her speaking with people in the.
Vicky, you might need to mute while other people speak, so we can hear you
Yeah,
clearly, but it's echoing.
It
Sorry.
echoes, yeah.
You good?
There have been clips running around of stupidly being played by Republican attack ads, constantly pushing this this narrative that she's terrible because of X things, and then it's all based as shit. Fuck, I've forgotten. Every time I want to like remember, I forget the exact lines that were said. There are attack ads right now that are making her look base as fuck, giving like all the proper good things that Americans want. She has already stated that she would do it and she would go forward for it. So even though right now she's kind of towing the Biden party line, the Biden's thing agenda, she does have her own, and when she gets into power, I believe she will go further with it on her terms. Right now, right now, especially with Israel Palestine, she is walking the line really weirdly, where she didn't attend the Netanyahu's address at all. I think she had a one-on-one with him where it's stated that she was going to basically say, you need to end all this shit and to go for a ceasefire. But then recently she came out with a thing about the anti Netanyahu protests where they burned the effigy of him and everything. So she's doing well she's already doing well in the sense of we know her base ideas for policy, but because as you said, she's still VP for Biden, she's walking a weird line right now.
We don't know her base her policies yet. Like
Not
all
fully.
her entire career has been a both sides take. She's like you can find evidence of her on both sides of like literally any issue. I really wish
Yeah, I hit that sometimes too.
we knew, but like at this point we don't know.
We know based on how she votes, she's the most progressive.
Well, they say that she's
voting and
more progressive than Bernie Sanders is. She's
based on her voting history. She
literally
is
impossible. Literally
It's not
impossible.
based on her voting history.
And when you go back and you look at her
Literally
voting
impossible.
history, she has voted more left than Joe Biden has. She's the most left.
It depends on
as
how
far
you
as their voting
count
history
that.
than
None
any
of her
other
policies,
senator.
like none of her policies, have shown that she has voted in a left direction, but like she has not advocated for these policies in the way that Bernie Sanders has. It's crazy talk. It's
Sure, he
literally
may
crazy
advocate,
talk.
but I was just talking about voting history.
Like
she voted for the Green New Deal, and I don't even think that was a good policy.
The Inflation Reduction Act.
Like, I didn't say that she
Bernie
voted
didn't even vote for the
anything.
Green New Deal.
I didn't say that she voted like a Republican. So,
But you're saying she was both sides. I'm saying that in her voting
yeah,
history, she's not both sides.
but you don't. I guess
record
so. You don't know
shows
what I'm
what
talking
she's
about then.
for.
So that's okay. Let me explain what I'm talking about. When we're talking about a prosecutorial record, she she like went after like the big banks, right? Which is for for closing. But then Steve Mnuchin, who's one of the worst actors during the financial crisis of 2008, right? One of the very worst actors, the foreclosure king. She lets him go. And because she let him go, he went on to be Trump's, I believe, Treasury Secretary. You can find when it comes to like her prosecuting record, right? Like she has some good things about that. Like we call like, oh, maybe this is a progressive idea. But then she does like literally the exact opposite on a similar issue. I have to like pull up the list, but she both sides a lot of these things, right? So I would like to tell you, and even literally even during debates that happened, right? Where like, oh, like here's an example. It was the whole thing about um uh I believe it was busing, was the conversation where she criticizes Joe Biden about busing, and then later on, like because Joe Biden like canceled like racial busing, or was against it, and later on she's like, oh yeah, I guess I'll also have done the same thing. I would have voted the same way that he did. Right, so she gets him on stage that way, and then afterwards she changes her mind. And then there was for Medicare for all, right? So for Medicare for all, like there was a moment in during the debates where they asked the candidates, "Hey, are you for Medicare for all?" She raises her hand, right? She
And
raises
she
her
voted
hand,
for it in the
and
Senate.
then after, but then afterward, when she's asked about that, right? Like, hey, you raised your hand for Medicare for all, right? So let's talk about that. She's like, oh, Medicare for all, is that what they were asking about? I didn't hear the question
Yeah, but
properly.
words are
So
nothing.
then
Follow
no,
her voting
she's
record.
she's been doing this the
She voted for
entire
Medicare for all too.
career, right?
Like,
Hold on, just
like
because
you don't. You
yeah,
never
here's the thing.
take
Hold on,
politicians at their
Here's
their
oh
word.
my god, here's the thing. Let me explain this to you because people don't seem to understand this, right? You can vote for and because this is a simple trick that like politicians use to fool ordinary people all the time. You vote for something that you know is not going to pass, right? So you can vote for the Green New Deal, but you know it's not actually getting past the Senate, right? You can vote for Medicare for all, you know it's not getting past the Senate. So it doesn't matter. So that's what they do. They take these messaging bills. They know they're not going to pass, but then everyone jumps on it. They know there's a populist message that people are going to like it, right? But conveniently, the other party is going to keep us, the real bad guys, they're going to keep us from able to implement these things. Republicans do the same thing too. They'll find something that their base is going to love, right? But like they know is like generally unpopular, but they'll vote for it and they'll know the Democrats won't let it pass. And then they'll say, look at me, I'm so conservative. I'm sorry if you're falling for this, but this is literally what they do all the time.
So you rather listen to what they say and not how they vote. Got it. Cool. Let me put
That's
this.
exactly what
Let me put this silver bullet in GSU's head, and then we can move ahead on. The how do you think that how do you actually think the primary process works? Do you think that the American people use democracy to select Kamala Harris or to select whoever through the primaries?
Wait,
Sorry, is this me or
you cast a vote
Okay.
for who you would want to be the nominee for the party.
Mhm.
If you're a part of that party, most of the primaries are closed.
Mhm.
And then at the convention, the delegates should choose to vote for how their representatives voted. And there's also super delegates in the Democratic Party, which I also think is incredibly undemocratic. And then they vote as well. Whoever wins the most of those delegate votes becomes the party nominee.
But you acknowledge as a man of fact that the delegates can actually vote wherever they want.
It rarely ever happens, if it does happen
Yeah,
at all.
but it can. Like I said, we talked.
That doesn't matter.
Okay, so it
I
doesn't
agree
matter.
that
No, wait. Okay, I
I
got
agree
you.
that that's a part of the process. And if the delegates voted against what their constituents wanted, I'd be here on this panel saying, yo, this guy is undemocratic and I don't know why we should allow stuff like this.
For sure, because what you care about is the people's perception of how the policy works, not what not what actually
No,
what the
that's not
actual
true.
rules are. You
That's
care
not
about
true.
the perception because the perception is, well, if I vote for this person in the primaries, that's who you're supposed to select. That
Wait,
perception is
I don't
important.
care
to you.
about the perception. If I said the opposite, I would care about the perception. I obviously care about the actual because I just said if the delegates were to vote against their constituents, I would have a problem with it. If I only cared about the perception, I wouldn't have a problem with that.
No, the only reason you want them, but the reason you want them to vote with their go with their constituents is because the perception is that the people are directly
No,
voting
it's
for this
because
person.
that creates democracy. What
Right,
you
but
call
parties
it
aren't
is the
parties
perception.
aren't democratic bodies. You agree that a party can select whoever they want, however they want. That's the law, but the perception of it
Wait,
is that we
no,
assume we
it's
treat
not
them
the
like democratic bodies.
perception. It's
It
the
is. It's
actual
literally the perception.
implementation. The
No, a party can
implementation is to
select
create
a party can
democracy.
select the head however they want.
Yeah.
A party
Wait,
doesn't have to
wait,
do any voting process. A party can just
wait,
pick a person to be the head.
wait. You're making multiple statements and they aren't They don't all belong in the same universe. It is true that parties have no legal requirements, I
business.
do not think,
Yeah.
to create a democratic process. But how our Democratic Party and Republican Party have constructed themselves is that they will have a democratic
Because they create a
process. So it is
perception.
true. Hold on. So when you say, well, they can just choose who they want, that's technically true, but that
It's
isn't true
actually
with the implementation of the bylaws that they operate by. That's not true.
Okay.
So they
So
do have a process and they follow that process. So now when we talk about that process, when you say it's a perception, first off, that's not true because they actually have a process to be democratic.
but there's no
And
bylaws that
second,
obligate
if
them to do that. That's just what ends up happening.
no. Listen. Their structure and their own rules is what makes them do that.
No, there's
I
not.
don't have to wait on you to talk. But if Prime says, hey, people, wait on the other person to talk to give back on this panel, effectively, people can talk without being interrupted.
You're not going to find a
if we
bylaw that
abide by the law.
requires a delegate. That says a delegate is required as a member of this party to vote with the people. That's just what
Say what
happens.
now?
There's not going to find a bylaw that requires a delegate to vote with the people.
Yes. Wait, you're talking about the difference between hard and soft rules and laws. I agree with you. I agreed off the bat that it's a soft law that they have to, but they typically do. So you can't say it's just a perception when typically they follow the democratic process.
So
They just aren't
the same
following
way
it
an
this year,
incumbent
which is why
typically
you hear me
has.
talking. I wouldn't be talking if they were following the democratic process.
Okay, so you're saying that we should appeal not just to whatever law you found in the books. You want to appeal to typical norms. The same way an incumbent
No,
presidency
we appeal to
is a
both.
typical norm of a vice president that's on their ticket, and we shouldn't pretend that there's not a VP on
There's
their
not a
ticket.
vice president on the ticket
This
ever.
is
because there
inconsistent.
is
These
no
two positions
ticket.
can't be held, and I hope someone else hears this. These two things can't
No,
be held
there's no such
simultaneously.
thing as a ticket.
You can't
in the
say
primary.
you can't say that there's no such thing as a delegate's obligation to respond to democracy. But you're
I'm
saying that
wondering-
there's a perception of it. That's how things typically
Well,
go.
if you don't want the delegates to respond to democracy, then by all means have an autocracy. But that's not what we want here in this country.
So you're saying they
I
forced
don't
the
know what.
delegates
I
to
don't know
pick
why you
in
think
the
this
direction they
is a
did?
win or a W. Like, no, can you explain why you think this is a W? Because this is insane.
Because you're appealing to your perception. You're saying that you're saying that they should do this because the people perceive it that way. There's an
No, I'm saying
understanding.
they should do it because they created the process.
There is no
That's what I'm
there's no
saying.
official process requiring them to follow up the votes of the individuals.
Does the Democratic Party run a primary process?
Yeah, they run one, but it's not official.
Okay. So they do run one. So they
But it's not
did create a
official.
process called the primaries that they implement that we have used every year since
Sure,
1972.
but it's not
Is
on
that
the
true or
books. It's not
false?
official.
Is that true or false?
Sure, yes. The same way an incumbent presidency has a vice president. That's an official thing. That's real true.
So me, as a person that's a registered Democrat, my contract with them is that they'll follow that process. So when they create a
thing with
process,
with
but
a
they don't
vice
follow it, then obviously people that are reasonable are gonna be up in arms that they created a process. There's this supposed contract and how this should work, and it's not working according
But
to plan.
you're choosing where to break off that supposed process. The supposed process also includes an incumbent's VP.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
It does. It
It
does.
literally doesn't.
The American people
It literally
absolutely buy
doesn't.
into that expectation of an incumbent's
We're
VP.
talking-
You
Huh,
can't
huh.
say they
Incumbent can
That's-
change
that's-
his VP whenever he wants to
but that's-
during that process.
and the delegates can vote however they want to.
The
But there's an
delegates aren't voting
expectation.
for the VP. The delegates are voting
hold
for
on.
the person who's going to be
Uh,
president.
Bam.
And they
That is
did.
two different things, right? Like, there's the process and then there's expectation. And I agree with you. It's reasonable to expect people to believe that Harris is part of the ticket that they're voting for a package deal, right?
Mhm.
They're voting for the continuation of the Biden administration unless otherwise notified. I agree with you on that. But I think with GSU, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, he's talking about the strict process. And the strict process.
And you missed a part of it.
Okay,
I'm
sorry,
saying
maybe I did.
appealing to the strict process of our primaries. I'm saying that we don't the individual person doesn't actually vote for in a democratic election for the for who is going to be on the
Yes, they do.
The Democratic representative. No, there's a perception of an expectation that the delegates
It's
are
not
going
a
to follow suit
perception. It's
or follow suit
real.
with the
It's
Democratic
not
Party.
just a
But the
perception. Do you know what
delegates don't have
perception
there's no
means?
rule that requires the delegates
Do
to
you know what
follow
perception means?
I
It
didn't.
doesn't have to be a rule to not be a perception.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
So I didn't miss anything there. I didn't miss anything. So yeah, there is the perception, right, that you're talking about, like people's understanding the process, and then there's a process in it of itself, right? So I think Gambit is strictly right on the process that he's talking about,
but not for the delegates.
but not
He's wrong.
No, I am right. I said no. What
You
am I
understand
wrong
why
about?
those
I
two things
said
can't be held coincidentally. He's saying that you have to. He's saying that we have to care about people's perception of the like when a person votes, their perception is the delegates are going to follow suit and vote with them. I'm saying that's not part
I
of the process.
never said that.
That's
I
not
said
part of
the
the
exact
process.
opposite.
But he's saying when it
outlined
comes,
the process, and I literally said the exact opposite of what you're saying now. And you're saying that I claim that, and you're winning because you're pointing out that they can vote against. When that's literally what I said, word for
yes,
word.
but you're saying
I'm
that people have an expectation that people's expectation is that they will, and it would be wrong to, and it would be crazy not to consider that. That's people's expectation is that the delegates follow suit.
No. This is so stupid. This is so dumb.
That's stupid.
What I said was 20 minutes ago now, because you're just saying stupid shit, is that people vote for who they want to be the candidate in typical process, like it's
Typically.
happened every time since 1972. The
Pay attention.
delegates vote with their constituents. Now, it is possible. I think actually one time they voted against. I can't remember what the election was, but it is possible that the delegates can vote against their constituents' will. And I'm saying that that is also a part of the process. But what is not a part of the process is to not take people's account at all and vote themselves. That doesn't exist. This is new. This is new territory to just install Kamala without taking into account the people in the primary voting for the people who the party are going to give delegates to. That doesn't exist.
That's not true. I feel like you're saying this. I feel like you're saying the same thing
That's
twice.
happened in history, and it does. That's just true.
But you said earlier by your own words, people have an expectation, and it's an important expectation that when they vote when they make their vote for the delegates, that the delegates should follow suit, and that should be accounted for. That's an expectation, and it would be wrong for the Democrats to.
I didn't say it wasn't just an expectation. I never said it was more than an expectation.
Okay,
Point to a sentence why I said it is.
So, but you're saying that that's the process, though. You think that that's the process? Is that when
Do you think that's the process?
Because no, not. I mean, technically, sure. And part of the people's perception.
When you say technically, what does that mean? That makes
because you're appealing to because you're appealing to an argument of democracy that doesn't actually exist. You're saying that people perceive it as a democracy, so we should treat it as such. But you're saying people can't perceive a vice president.
You perceive it as a democracy because it acts according to the structure that's in place.
That's just perception, though. That's not.
It's not only a perception; it's also a democracy in implementation.
It's not. The delegates vote how they want.
Yes, but they don't choose to vote against the people. So in implementation and in perception, it's congruent.
Okay.
Both of them are democratic.
And in perception and in reality, an incumbent president has a vice president attached to him. That's congruent. These two things
because
can't be held
It has nothing to do with the conversation we're having. And I can't understand
no expectation with the Biden ticket.
So currently, as of Monday, of 47,000 delegates, Kamala has over 1,200 of them. Has entire states delegates already ready to vote for her. So that's already showing the will of the delegates. Then you look at the polling. The polling is pointing to Kamala. So
I'm not saying the delegates aren't willing to vote for her, or she isn't polling against Biden or polling against.
But that's the only part of the process. That's the only official process.
So you're saying that if there was a primary tomorrow and the delegates have already chosen, all of a sudden, if everybody chose someone else, then the delegates are going to move?
They might.
I think they would. Yes, I think they would. Yes, which is why the primary process is important. The delegates want people to vote in the general election. That's what y'all have to understand. The reason why they're likely to vote with their constituents is because, one, they want to stay in power.
Exactly.
So if they were to do a primary tomorrow and somebody were to get 98% of the fucking primary vote, they wouldn't say, "Oh, we're gonna choose Kamala because people don't," even though people don't like her. They wouldn't do that.
Exactly.
They're gonna do
Because what
what's best for the
because what like
election
what
in
Ben, like what
November.
GSU
That's why
said,
the primary
they
is
don't want to
important.
That's
lose
what we think
power.
would happen.
Because what would happen? What would happen to the Democrat Party if they had a primary tomorrow and 90% of people decided they wanted Pete Buttigieg to be the president, but they still gave it to Kamala Harris? Democrats, especially those people who have been fed up about what happened to Bernie Sanders for these times, would say, "I'm never voting in a primary again." They
No, they
lose
would
power.
not.
That
No,
means
no, there
come
would be
November, people would show if they were disappointed
no.
with
They
the
would. If
choices.
90% of the party voted against the delegates, no.
No, I'm saying that, and they went with another candidate. Come
No,
November,
I'm saying that it
the
would be the
people of the
lowest
party.
turnout
Hillary
in
Hillary
it would be the
lost
lowest
the election
turnout
to
in
Donald
Democratic
Trump
Party
because of
history.
He
If
has
they
the
did
Correct.
that.
popular
So let's
vote,
see what that
though, so
happens.
let's go college is shit.
So let's see if that happens.
No,
Because
but that
you don't
isn't what's
believe people
happening
want
here.
Kamala.
You're trying to draw parallels to these. You can't hold. Hold on, let me stop yelling. You can't hold in your brain that we're having multiple conversations and you keep colliding them together. What Pace is talking about right now is there's a primary process that's held. 90% of people vote against Kamala, and then they install Kamala against the wishes of those 90% of people. You can't say, well, let's see what happens in November, because that's not what's
Hypotheticals that will
happening
never
now.
happen.
What's happening now is there isn't a primary. It isn't that people have voted and they're going against people. There isn't a primary at all, which is far different in all ways than if people voted and they were voting against stuff.
Okay, so in your gut feeling, since this is a big problem for you, in your gut feeling, do you believe that Kamala wouldn't be selected in the primary
I
process?
don't care. I don't care if Kamala would or wouldn't. I care about a democratic process. I don't care. I don't
Right,
get
but sure,
upset
I'm
of
just
an
asking you
outcome.
though. Sure, we can go to the next part too. What about the process? But what do you think?
What do I think about what?
Do you think that Kamala would win a primary if they
I don't know. My only history for Kamala being given votes for a primary is that she polled at 1% of the
Right,
party,
but now
and
she's
there were
like,
four people. There were four people that were more popular than her. Three of them which could still run to be
Honestly,
president. So if you
I think if
hold,
they
wait,
did it right now,
yeah. So
Gavin
wait,
Newsom will
wait,
win.
hold on, wait, Pace, wait one
No,
No
second.
way.
So you're
No.
no.
asking me
wait, no,
if
I'm
Until
asking
it's
you based
ordinate,
on
I'm telling
today's
you no.
circumstances. I'm not
Beast,
asking for
I'm trying to
2020
answer you.
circumstances.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to
Yeah.
answer you, bro.
yeah.
I'm trying to answer you. Listen, there were many more people that were popular
No,
than
I don't say
Kamala.
anything about 2020.
I'm
I want to talk
answering the
about
question. If you
today
shut the fuck up, I can answer.
because no, I'm asking.
No, because
There's a
I'm trying to
meaningful
answer.
difference.
Because I'm trying to answer.
Okay, you're gonna have to re-answer then because you're not gonna answer in the right question right now.
No, I'm going to answer my question. Okay,
Okay,
anyway.
I'll re-ask it
So
afterwards.
if the Democratic Party was to say, hey, we're going to host a primary to see who are going to choose for president, I think Buttigieg would run. I think Elizabeth Warren would run. I think Kamala would run. I don't think Bernie would run, but I think those three people would run. Now, what you're asking me is, if they hosted this democratic process, do I think Kamala would win? My answer is no. I don't think Kamala would win. And that's why I think
That's not the
this
question I'm
process
asking.
happened. This is why they kept Biden on the ticket until a certain point to kick him off. So then they don't have to actually primary Kamala. So no, I don't think
Do you think
Kamala
they
would win
forced?
But that's
Do you
not the
think they
if
question I'm
forced?
they had
asking. Can
a
I ask you a
primary
question I want you
process.
to answer
Go
now?
ahead.
Okay, the question I want you to
Why
answer.
at all?
The question I want you to answer is based on today's metrics. I'm not saying Kamala
I said
2020.
today's metrics.
No, just listen to what I'm asking so you'll know what to answer. I'm saying if with the Democratic Party as in the VP pick with the Democratic Party itself backing her and endorsing her and saying that basically in the way that they did Biden in 2020, saying this is who we want to be our selection for the
This is not basically what happened in 2020.
you don't think I'm about to say you don't think Biden had the support of the Democratic Party backing
In
him? He wasn't
2020,
center stage.
Biden had the support of the people that voted for him, and then the delegates voted with the people. So you can't say this is basically what happened in 2020 because it's not.
Okay, well, sure. Don't forget what 2020. Then just say this: based on the Democratic Party putting their the establishment backing into Kamala Harris today, and with her history as being Biden's VP with Joe Biden and the Clintons' endorsements. Do you think based on those things she would win? What you call it today?
What is what you
Nomination.
call it? It's
Or the
important.
the nomination.
Primary.
Yeah.
They win the
No, I
nomination.
just told you. No, I answered that question.
based
the
on.
question I just answered.
I don't think you answered it based off of those things.
Yes, I did.
Of those
You're
factors.
asking. Hold on, wait.
First thing,
I
with
just
the
want to give.
endorsement.
Hold on. Let me calm down. I want to give you a summary of what you asked me, and I want to see if you agree with how I'm interpreting what you said.
Mm-hmm.
What you said is Kamala has served as VP.
Mm-hmm.
Kamala would have the backing somewhat of delegates publicly before this primary process. If the Democrats held a primary, do I think Kamala would
With
win? Is
Biden
that
and
not?
the Clintons, and with Biden and the Clintons
I
endorsement.
don't care. Super delegate, yeah.
Yeah.
If she has super delegate support, do I
Mhm.
think Kamala
Yeah.
would win? That was the question,
Yeah,
right?
that's it. Yeah, based on
And
those
my answer is
circumstances.
no. My
Okay.
answer is no.
But you
Okay.
okay? I have a question
I
for you,
disagree with
damn
that,
it.
but that's fine.
Like,
I'm curious
why
what you're saying.
specifically? Why specifically do you think that Kamala wouldn't win? What specifically
Be-
makes you think that she wouldn't win in comparison to everybody else that like in your
Yes, yes. I,
favorite
I'll
race?
answer that question again. If the Democrats were to have an open primary, multiple people could run. Elizabeth Warren could run. Pete Buttigieg could run. RFK could run on the Democratic ticket. There are many people that could run. Now, I don't think Kamala has enough popularity, even serving as VP. She doesn't have enough popularity to beat any of those people in an open primary, which is why I think things have played out as they have. Hey, Biden, we need you
I
to
have
stay
a
into a
small
certain point
question
so
about
that you can then
popularity.
do a lateral to toss this off to Kamala. That's what
I
I
have a
think.
small
Can I
question
answer
about
your
the
question, Queen? I
popularity
know
I
you might
think
thing.
not
the
agree
only
with me, but
person
did
that
you
polls better than Kamala is
hold on. Queen,
Michelle Obama.
I know you don't agree with me, but did I give you an answer to your question?
I'm
No, because I think that you're like thinking in this like yes, you gave an answer, right? And I say no because I don't think that even if serving under Biden doesn't make you a qualified person, then I don't know what does.
I don't think
Because
you spoke to her qualification technically.
no one is going to vote for Elizabeth Warren. No one likes her. No one's going to vote for Pete
Elizabeth
Buttigieg.
Warren
Nobody
almost
likes
won it.
Elizabeth Warren.
If it wasn't
She
for the
was
fact that her
beating
and
Kamala.
Bernie were sharing the
She
same
was
voters,
beating
she would
Kamala.
have won.
If it wasn't for Joe
I,
Biden, her
I think
Bernie
that
would
based on what
Kamala.
you're saying, I feel like you're saying that the DNC has no power.
World. I'm
I'm
just
about to
saying.
say because I think Prime would disagree with this. I think whoever the DNC gets behind, they put her center stage. They ask her the softball questions, whatever you want to put it. Like it's weird to say that today Kamala wouldn't be a favorite to win a primary.
She
Let's
wouldn't.
let DQ finish her thought. Yeah.
I think that because like if Joe Biden dropped out a lot sooner than like them out trying to push this like dead guy like on us, right? I think a lot of people wouldn't vote for her because simply fact that she was the VP. She has the experience. No one's going to vote for Elizabeth Warren. She's also like old too. No one's going to vote for Pete Buttigieg because he does not put enthusiasm in the Democratic Party. All the people that you've essentially listed do not have any excitement in the Democratic Party, and I'm supposed to and I'm talking about us young people,
So,
right?
Queen, why
Like
Everybody
would
was.
those
us
people?
young people like vote more
Hold on,
than
Queen. Can
like
I ask you a
we're
question?
going
Can I
to
ask
do,
you a
like
question?
to like
Why
vote
were
for.
those people leading in your age bracket in the primaries in 2020 against Kamala?
Kamala Harris didn't have any of the history she has now in 2020.
I'm not
That
even
doesn't matter.
That does
what do
matter.
you
That's a
mean?
huge. That's the most important
No.
thing. The reason Kamala didn't do well wasn't because she was particularly bad. It's because she was the third
Yes, it's
progressive.
because people
It
didn't
was
No,
like
because
her.
she was
And
it's,
she
it's
bad.
because,
still got
no.
the low
Shut up.
approval
Shut up.
rating.
No, it's because she was the third progressive. It was Bernie Sanders was the main progressive. If you're a progressive, you were in 2020 you were gonna
Yeah.
support Bernie Sanders, and then Elizabeth Warren was probably the second. But having the endorsement of both of the Clintons and of Joe Biden and being the VP and having the backing of the party, you're
None
saying
of
that
that would
none of
matter.
that matters? None of that.
Right.
The
None of it.
DNC is
Okay, so can I
worthless.
ask you a question? Can I ask you a question, Bam? I wanted to ask Queen this
So
question, but
why is
I'll
she going
ask
to get
you.
like 70,000 votes? You don't think she's going to get a bunch of? You already said she's going to get a bunch of votes in November, and it doesn't mean it's Democratic because of the
Because
power of
we
the
didn't
DNC.
do it. No, wait. You're. I really need you to
The
be able to
DNC is worthless
disambiguate this.
and powerful at the
Hold on.
same time.
I'll let you talk. I'm trying to explain you.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
really need you to be able to disambiguate. The question you asked earlier was, do I think she'll get votes in November? But now you're juxtaposing that to, do I think she'll win a primary? And just because I think she's gonna get votes in November because people are blue never red or red never blue, that's a completely different
But you don't think they're
conversation. To
establishment
can
people?
she be a primary candidate and win?
But
Those
you don't
aren't
think
the
people
same.
toe the party line? You don't think those people exist?
I think in the primary, people vote for who they want to be
No,
president.
there's absolutely a
Yes.
lean towards establishment. Why do you think they say they stole it from Bernie in 2016? There's absolutely a lean with establishment picks. Why are we acting like this is new? Like this
Wait,
is
wait,
like
wait, wait, wait,
Really
wait, wait,
not.
wait, wait,
No.
you put the
wait.
establishment pick in the center of the stage. You give them more time to speak. We're
They
acting
don't
like
get given more
primaries
time
aren't
to
open
speak.
processes. There are people who have chances and people who don't have chances going in.
Like,
There's nothing like
Yeah,
that.
I'm a
like,
little
I was
confused.
trying to ask.
Okay, hold
I'm
on.
very
I'm
confused.
let
Yeah,
Razor
Razor,
in.
go ahead.
Yeah, Razor. First of all, thank you for the 5 subs previously. Shout out to you. Respect. Who is a person, one of our followers here. Respect. Thank you for the 2 years. Resub, much appreciated, guys. If you appreciate this channel and you want more of this, and we do need your help, all right, to be more consistent and all of that, consider support the channel by subs to the channel, gifting bits or gifting subs. If you're in YouTube land, consider a super chat. We'll read your super chat. I've been trying to keep track. So if you got a super chat, you want to respond to anything here, you disagree, you agree, consider using a super chat or becoming a YouTube member, anything like that. And if you subscribe on Twitch, you'll get our ad-free viewing and our things. What's it called? Emotes. We got them. Okay,
Yeah.
whatever. But yeah, emotes and every viewing. Consider helping out the channel by subbing or gifting bits or gifting subs. Again, on YouTube land, consider becoming a member or becoming a or using a super chat. Okay. Let's go to Razor.
So I wanted to ask a question because I heard you say something about the popularity about popularity, like Kamala wasn't popular or anything like that. Do you think that someone's popularity rises the more airtime they're given in media
Is this question to me?
in general? But yeah, since everyone seems to be dogpiling on you, but in general.
I don't feel dog proud. I'm fine with this. But I
Alright.
think in general, people with more airtime do get more popular. I think what's unique here that is being missed is the fact that Kamala, I think, has the lowest approval rating of any VP in history. Am I correct in that? I think I'm correct.
Yes.
So
No.
Kamala started off as a unpopular figure, and she's, if not as unpopular, maybe slightly more popular, or I think maybe even slightly less popular. So this effect that you're talking about, which I agree, I think Joe Biden, well, not Joe Biden, but I think somebody like Obama, well, yeah, was like more popular in 2012 than he was in 2008, blah, blah, blah. So I do think exposure can increase a candidate's popularity. I
Mhm.
think what you all are missing here is that as Kamala has been more exposed, she's become more and more unliked. And when you have an open primary with this
Liked.
person that's not liked, there's going to be other candidates like Pete Buttigieg, like Elizabeth Warren, like RFK that see this as an opportunity to win. And they're going to throw their hats into the ring. And then Kamala's going to have to deal with all of these people on an equal footing, whether or not she has super delegate support. Go ahead.
I don't think she'd
I
be
mean,
done on
So
the equal
historically,
footing.
Steve actually is
historically, it
very
is
liked
difficult
right now.
for
With
a
that she's gotten
VP
more.
to be
Hold
more
on,
unpopular
hold
than the
on.
current
Let
presidential candidate.
Razor go ahead.
Yeah, like she's actually very well liked right now, especially by people on the left. As
She's not.
like finally someone younger, younger, even though she is sits 60, but that's better than what we
No,
had.
I think it's not true that she's well liked on the left. I think that's patently false. I'm
I think
gonna
her
go look
last
it up.
approval rating was 37%. It might have rose to 42% approval rating. That's the
I've
lowest
been
approval
seeing
rating of
I've
any
been
vice
seeing
presidential
polls. I've been seeing
in
polls that
history.
say that she's currently up above Trump by like 4 or 5 points.
The
No, no, wait. You're talking about the difference between a presidential poll and who they think is likely to
Hey,
win the race. You're mixing that up with approval rating. Her approval rating is disastrous, and it's the lowest in VP history.
and then even then, when you take a look at all of the averages from all of the polls together, she still loses to Trump by almost 2 points.
I'm so
Yeah,
glad we know
and
that the
another
DNC
thing that
has
I
no
think y'all are
power and they
missing
do nothing in
is
front of
I
it.
think y'all are missing for some reason. It's surprising that we're here and y'all are missing this. Y'all are missing how misogynistic and racist a lot of people might be. And if there was an open primary where they weren't going to have to
Mainly
elect,
just Republicans.
Kamala Harris is already
We
unliked
already
and
know where
she's a
they're
black
going.
lady. If
Republicans
niggas
don't
didn't have
vote
to
in
vote for her,
Democrat primaries.
niggas would. And by
I
niggas
know.
there, I don't mean black people.
So
Go ahead.
she would be look like as GSU said, when she had the opportunity to become president in 2020, she didn't even get more than 1% of the
2020 is
vote.
irrelevant. We're in a different
She
world.
was unlikable then, she's unlikable now. Do you know how difficult it is for a vice president to be more unpopular than the presidential candidate? Because that's where Kamala was with Biden
That's crazy.
up until Biden dropped out. Like Kamala has been statistically lower than Biden in approval rating this entire time. Like, you know how difficult it is as a vice president to have less popularity, less approval than the president of the
I
United
don't know. Dick
States? It is
Cheney was
very
less
difficult.
had lower approval than George W. Bush.
Same with
Uh,
Mike Pence.
I'm just saying, but that do
But
you
they
know
were
how
probably
difficult
both
that is?
like. Hold on, wait. Question, O'Brien. Were they both disliked, or
Massive
Clinton was so
disliked.
liked that that person was as not liked as much as him?
No, I said
Massively
Cheney,
disliked.
right? So less than George W. Bush, not Clinton.
Oh, my bad. I misheard you.
Yeah, no problem.
So wait, was George W. Bush having ridiculously low approval ratings?
Yeah, when he
I don't
left
remember.
office, yes, he has historically at the time
Gotcha. Okay, I
low
don't
approval
remember.
ratings.
I wasn't
And then
voting.
Yeah, when he
Cheney,
left office,
even
I think
worse
he
than
had
that.
like a
Yeah,
40,
it
a
was
48 when he left office, I think.
I was about to
Yeah.
say, do y'all remember Joe Biden? Well, I mean, remember it based on age, but if you look at the numbers for Joe Biden's 1988 presidential run and even his 2008 presidential run, like the numbers were abysmal. Pretending that like, oh, this is how they did.
But Joe Biden didn't get selected by the delegates when he polled that horribly. Joe Biden ran for president in the 70s, in the 80s, and then in 2008, and then he finally got his big chance just because he was the VP pick for Barack Obama. But Barack Obama and Michelle, they don't like Kamala. They didn't want Kamala.
I'm about to say,
They've
I'm
been
pretty sure
telling people
he
to
hasn't.
move
He hasn't said it at
somebody
all.
else.
I'm pretty sure Barack Obama's just holding, spreading out his what you call it, because
waiting
Barack
to
Obama's
endorse till
waiting
later
for the
on when it
delegates to tell
matters.
him what to do.
he's holding out his endorsement because everybody else was endorsing day one, and
Maybe.
Obama
But
Might be a
the
thing.
fact
endorsing
is
himself.
that they have been running. If you take a look at MSNBC, CNN, for ABC for the last several months, they have been running mock polls for candidates that were better than Biden to run against Trump,
And
and
Kamala was one of
none
the
of them
highest.
were Kamala up until the talks of Joe Biden get ready to drop out of the ticket. None of them
That's
were
But
true.
they
Kamala.
are now. So
They were
they are
talking
now.
about. They were talking about like everybody was trying to convince Gavin Newsom to be that guy because he was out
I
there
don't know who told you
campaigning
this.
more for Biden and
Hi,
speaking
two
better on
Californians here
Biden's
telling you
You're
policies
you're
reading.
than
saying that.
Biden was.
This
And
isn't
so,
true.
oh yeah, well, Bill Maher had him on the show asking
Oh,
him,
Bill
why won't you
Maher.
just run for
Well,
president?
yeah, because Bill
Oh,
Maher
CNN,
is the
CNN,
one making
wait,
all the
he's asking him,
decisions
why
for the
don't you run for
DNC.
Agree with
president?
Casey, but what he's saying is
He even
true.
went.
Not for
Gavin
Gavin
Newsom
Newsom,
even
I'm
went
saying.
on
That
even went
wasn't-
on Fox News and debated Ron DeSantis on Hannity, and
And no one
even
cared.
Hannity was sitting there talking to Gavin Newsom. Why won't you enter the primary and run
Oh,
for president?
Hannity.
Because
No,
he
wait,
won't win.
Prime.
So,
This is
like,
what
ultimately,
and
the only
Watercon.
person polling higher than Kamala Harris right now is Michelle Obama.
Yeah.
There's actually
And she's not running.
There's actually five people that the
So what I-
Democrats have done in their mock polls that actually do better than Kamala
So-
Harris. The only problem is, and they pointed this out on a CNN poll the other day. The only problem is that when you take a look at the Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, Pete Buttigieg, and the other person I saw in there, I can't remember the name. Their name recognition is in the 20s. That's the reason why they couldn't go with them, because at this late in the game, they don't have enough money and enough time to give them the name recognition that they needed. That's why they were trying to get them to have a primary that was a real primary back in January to put those names
I would
on
agree
the
with you
ballot.
there. But Gab, you wanted to ask me something.
No. I was just saying that I think what Summer Pace is saying is true. I have seen things where lots of people were talking about people that were not Kamala before Joe Biden dropped out. Now, I don't know what the poll numbers were and stuff, but I did see lots of conversation on left and right about people running against Trump that
So
were not Joe Biden, that were not
so
Kamala.
that part, so on that, to be clear what I'm saying, that part is true, right? And people did ask Gavin Newsom, "Hey, are you going to run?" Right? So this happened like after, like literally right after the famous
This started
infamous
back in
debate,
November
right?
last year, from what I remember.
The infamous debate, like there you'll see him walking out of that debate, and people were like, after seeing Joe Biden's brain melting like live on stage, they're like, "Hey, are you like interested in running?" And he's like, "Oh, Joe Biden's like can't." But like there was a lot of people asking him. So that part's true, right? And then they were doing those mock polling, right? To see if there are other candidates who would have a better chance, and they had similar results. So I agree on that part. What I'm saying is that like I'm saying you're overestimating Gavin Newsom's popularity on the left. That's the part I'm pushing back against. Like, and the fact that like Bill Maher, like the Republican light, and Hannity, right, an actual Republican, like Gavin Newsom, is not an indication that he would do well when actually given a chance within a primary process. That's the part I was pushing back against, to be very clear. But
Also
so
address
something
address GSU though, how he said that he didn't say, because I didn't use those words. He essentially pointed to the DNC having almost no power, and Kamala, like the DNC backing
How
I didn't
long are
Kamala,
you
say
going
they
to
had
beat a
wouldn't have
almost
had
dead
no
her
power.
wouldn't have had her winning the what you call it.
I didn't say that they almost have no power. What are you talking about?
When you said the
Didn't say
DNC backing
exactly.
her having the endorsement of Biden and the Clintons wouldn't matter, and she would still end up losing a primary. Like,
Wait. I don't know how you consume words.
I
Okay,
said that.
what I'm
No,
saying is, even if she had the backing of super delegates, she would lose the primary. That doesn't mean that the super delegates and those things don't have power. That just means that I don't think it's enough power to pull somebody as unlikable and unpopular as Kamala
and
to
the
be
only thing you're
president
basing that
in
on
a
is
open and
the
fair
2020
primary.
election. That's what you're saying, because she didn't do well in the 2020 election, which has absolutely nothing to do with how she would do today.
She didn't do
Well,
well in the
she
2020 election. She
she
pulled
she
less
even
than
polled
1%
worse.
or 3%. I think it's actually 3%, but don't quote me on the number.
I believe
So
it's
it's
It
three
because
was
percent.
of
less
that.
than
And it's
3.
also because she's more unpopular now than she was then. So if she was unpopular and only got 1%, and she's more unpopular now, or
So you
3%,
think she
whatever it
would get
was,
less than 1% now?
I think she would get more than 1% or more than 3% now because Biden doesn't exist. So she would get more share of the pie because of the people else. Obviously, she's going to take some, right? But I don't think she would win. That's all I'm saying. I don't think she would win.
I think
Which
At
is
this
why I
something.
late in
think
the
the
game,
Democratic
I
Party
think
I
did
think
all of
she
this.
I,
would.
pretty
I
much
think there's
was like
something that you guys
of
everyone's
like
like been.
getting
I think there's something that everyone's been missing in this, right? So again, um I was for an open convention, right? If you scale like what is a democratic process, right? If you put it on a scale, of a open convention is not like extremely democratic. It's low on the democratic scale, but it's something rather than a coronation, which seems what's happening now. So I was in favor of that. However, like one of the reasons why we can't have an open convention is that her rivals already gave up, right? So the people you guys are talking about, like Gretchen Whitmer and Gavin Newsom, I believe, and like there's a whole list, right? Whole list
They
of
were
these
never
individuals.
they were never
Well, it's actually
allowed to
let me
compete.
finish
Yeah,
my
that's not
point.
true, Brian.
Let me finish my point. They've already endorsed her, right? So as soon like within a day or two, almost all of her like the big ones, like the short list of people who could actually challenge her credibly, they almost to the man they endorsed her. She
That
did a
means nothing.
smart thing, in which she her campaign put out a list for her possible VP, right? Assuming that she'd be the nominee, right? And she put her biggest, like her four biggest rivals there, and then all of them like, oh, okay, well, there's a possibility I could be VP, right? Rather than having to go to the process of fighting her, I could maybe just like I'd have a better chance of becoming a VP and then becoming president afterwards,
Like
right? They're like,
2028 or
yeah, in
32.
2028.
So
Like
can I ask
they
you a question,
endorsed
Brian?
her. Sorry, yeah.
Okay. I agree with you that those people have dropped out. I think, and I think you would agree with this, but maybe you don't.
Okay.
The reason why those people dropped out, one, because Joe Biden was the incumbent president, first off. But second off, even when Joe Biden stepped down, the Democratic Party, the Democratic Party's position was not, we're going to have an open primary to determine who's going to be the next president. My assumption is if the Democratic Party had said, Joe is dropping out, hey guys, come into our primary process. We're going to have another primary, and the winner of that is going to become our candidate. Do you think if they took that position immediately after Joe dropped out, that these names that you're saying that have dropped out would still be
You know
out?
what? I don't mean to interrupt, but GSU, piggybacking off what you said, Joe Biden himself even suggested the same thing. He said, if you guys aren't happy with me, let's have a primary at the DNC and pick the best person. Joe Biden said that when they were talking about replacing him before uh
Mhm.
a couple weeks ago, before he
I don't
dropped out.
I,
I don't remember that
I'm
quote, but
I'm
I
not
don't think that
sure
only
about
because
that statement. If
yeah.
you could pull it up, then I would pull out the statement. But I'm not quite sure about that one. But in any case, to answer Gabbitt's question directly, I mostly agree with you here, right?
Okay.
So yes, I think there would be some people interested, right? If off the rip they're like, you were gonna have open convention, and it was like clearly, hey, you're not gonna suffer consequences from the party if you do this, right? Like you're welcome to come through. I agree that we would more likely have that. However, there's an additional calculation here. A lot of these people didn't want to go through an open convention process because they feel like this is a this isn't a clean opportunity to become
this is a Hail
president,
Mary.
right?
Mhm.
Yeah, this is a bit of a Hail Mary that like they might blow their load here rather than waiting for 2028 for like an opportunity to start off fresh with a primary and have zero baggage attached to you. If you try it here and you fuck it up, let's say you become the nominee, right? Or if it's just like a highly contested convention, like and being perceived as hurting whoever is the eventual nominee, right? That might mean you might not get a chance later on. So I
Mhm.
mostly agree with you that if you open it up, we probably have some challenger here. But I think a lot of those people would have still dropped out because and maybe Pace will sign on to this because they were bullshitting us when they said they cared about democracy, right? When democracy on the line for Trump, right? It's such an important
Mhm.
election. We have to fight him, right? But in the end, the thing that takes precedent is their own political careers, right? And so if they think their political careers would be damaged by this open convention, they're not going to show up. But yeah.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. And that's why I even think to like argue against what Bam is saying, I don't think a lot of super delegates would have openly said who they were even going to support if there was any semblance that there was going to be an open primary. So
Mm,
the people that are backing her now are because they don't have an option,
mm.
technically speaking. There is nobody else. Like it's only her, and everybody's gonna cast
And
their
Marianne Williams.
super delegate vote for her.
Mary Wilson. Oh, what a God. She's still in
I'm
it.
not saying you're wrong in that aspect, GSU, but I think these other people that would have wanted to run against Kamala in the primary gauged who the delegates were going to go with, figured out what their chances are, and like Prime said, and like what happened with
No, but
DeSantis when he ran, he ended up screwing himself when he should have just waited.
hold
So I
on.
think they have that same vibe. Go ahead.
But the difference is though, Waterkai, we're talking about if there was going to be an open primary. This is just going to be a convention with delegates casting their vote. So I agree with you. I think everything that y'all are saying is why Joe Biden didn't drop out earlier. It was so that they could pass the torch to Kamala with no contesting it. It's because they could pass the fundraising and they could pass the nomination to her. That's why this happened. So the question I have for you all is, why do you all think this is just happening? Because
Yeah,
this is
I'd say that's speculation
specifically
on your
why
part.
I
I think
think
it's
all of this is
100%
happening.
related to the. It's 100% related to the debate. I don't think there was any. I don't think anyone had any. Like I don't think there was any serious conversation of Joe Biden dropping out until after he didn't debate
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. The
There were
debate
lots of conversation about it before then,
I'm talking
but
about. I'm talking about from people high up in the
Not from
party.
Democrats.
Sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
even before then, people were like, yeah, he's going to run. But all of us down here on the ground were like, he's too old. He should not run. We're not going to vote for him, right? But it wasn't until he got on that stage and fucked that shit up that everyone, especially higher up, was like, I don't know. Maybe we shouldn't, endorse him. Maybe we
Yeah, I don't
shouldn't
think it was
give
a
him.
conspiracy. They're
Yeah,
like, we're just gonna hold him on, but we're planning on making him drop
on
Yeah,
later.
definitely it was.
on Twitch
Definitely.
on Twitch we had the conversation. Like I had the conversation here.
Money, as because you take that, as a VP, and you're running on the same ticket because they're like have the same name on the ticket. You can move all that money that Biden had over to Harris. That's all the same money, and then they're getting a bunch of like money right now too.
Yeah, I don't.
So I don't think it.
Yeah, I don't think. Shit. What was your question again? Gambit. I just lost it. What was your question?
Why do you think he dropped out? Like, why do you think the
Oh, yeah.
Democrats held him in?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So I want to say
wait,
there's
hold on, wait. There's a lot that's encased in that question, and I want to make sure you have like my full opinion. I think there is a reason why this has never happened. Why there was a presidential debate before the presidential conventions in the parties, right? So all of this is encased in all of this. So one,
Okay.
there's Biden, who's obviously has dementia or
His
Parkinson's
brain is
disease, or
melting.
some form
Absolutely.
of mental decline, obviously,
No.
to most people that are alive right now.
Mhm.
Before the debate, there were not public conversations from superdelegates within the party of him dropping down. However, all of these people on the Democratic side they set up this debate. It isn't that Trump said, hey guys, let's have a debate randomly in the middle of fucking July or June, whenever it happened. Those people constructed this and
No,
reached to
you're
Trump
right.
and said, hey,
Biden and them reached out
please
to him.
debate Joe Biden before the convention. And then Joe Biden debates before the convention. He shows the same senility that he's shown for the last 2 years.
I think
And
it
then
was a
those
especially
people,
bad day.
in lockstep in moments, all change their opinion and say, "Oh yeah, let's go with Kamala." Hey Biden, and those people were telling Biden to not drop out. That's the other thing that's
It
important to
wasn't a
this.
lockstep. The
It
party's
wasn't that
supposed
there
to know.
weren't conversations about Biden dropping out. It was that those people were saying, "Biden, please don't drop out." But go ahead.
So okay. So let me respond to that. So there is a lot attached to that. I agree with some of it, and I slightly disagree with other parts of it. One, the placement of the debate, right? 100% correct. We've never had a debate, as far as I know, ever had a debate this early, right? I was surprised. I remember when I heard the debate was happening when it did. I'm like, "Man, what? I was expecting debates, but like they always happen after the conventions. In fact,
Because
like
there's a
usually in
VP
September.
debate with it.
Yeah, huh?
Because there's a VP debate with it. There's
Oh
the
yeah.
presidential and the VP debate.
Yeah,
That's why it can't be this early.
There's like three. There's usually like three presidential debates and then like one VP debate. And that usually happens like after Labor Day, right? And so like, I was shocked that that happened that early. So my there's a lot of conjecture that I believe, right, that there are people in the party, right, and some people are like pointing the finger at Chuck Schumer, but I can't be certain. But there are a lot of conjecture there that they saw what Biden was and they knew he'd be a disaster, right? That if we waited till afterwards, we'd be locked in, right? They saw he'd be a disaster, and so they convinced them to have the debate early, assuming he was going to like melt down, right? Basically, this was his final chance for everyone. Hey, if you can manage this debate, then maybe we'll be fine, right? But if you can't, right, and you melt down like we assume you will do in public, then we'll have some opportunity to do something. So I honestly think there was some work to have that happen, because that debate placement, crazy. We've never seen it like that before, as far as I know. So there's
For
that.
the record,
Yeah.
oh, for the record, Trump was pushing for Biden to debate him back in February.
Yeah, but when? Like, oh, you mean like,
No,
oh,
no,
you mean
that
had
was
a
when
debate?
He
Sorry.
said
that was when
immediately.
that was when he didn't want to take place in the RNC debates. That's different.
Hmm. Um.
You have to remember that all of these debates are not held by the traditional debate forums, right? These are held by CNN, NBC, which is something that hasn't really ever happened before as well. And we need to also be cognizant of that as well.
I don't think that
No,
matters for this particular portion. Like that was like, for instance, the reason why we aren't using the presidential like it's called like the presidential debate something commission. There's a presidential commission on this particular thing, an organization that has been handling it for like the past few decades. And that's because Republicans got butthurt about those guys the last time around, right? And so they didn't want to use those guys anymore, and so that's why
Yeah.
we're doing it this way. But like, I think for this specific conversation, it doesn't necessarily matter who was running it. The point was that like Biden was going to,
'Cause I think
whether
the
Biden was
Democrats
going to
even
fall
set the
apart,
terms of
and
it,
he
like with no
absolutely did.
crowd and things like that.
Yeah, yeah, and they helped come
Cut
up
off
with
the
terms of it.
microphones.
Yeah, yeah. So
Mhm.
they were part of the process. In any case, it doesn't matter. So the point is, so to move this along, yes, I believe you on that part. After that though, like the party coming together, I don't think the party came together in lockstep. I think there were a few people who were aiming for this outcome, but the party didn't come together in lockstep. We like, I was there. We saw like that process of like the party coming to terms, what was happening, right? But there's that. I think there was some conversation beforehand. I think on the left, on my part of the left, right, leftists, we have been talking about this since before 2020, right? When we're saying that like
Since
he
the
isn't what he,
inauguration.
before then.
No, before he
We
was
were
elected,
talking-
they didn't want him to be the candidate.
Yeah, hold on. Bam, stop. Because
I'm not. That wasn't a shot. I was agreeing with you. I was like, that wasn't a bad thing. I'm saying that, yeah, left has been saying this since like 2019.
okay, so left has been talking about like his mental decline because we've been seeing it. Now it's just been getting worse. However, in terms of like the general liberal like establishment, they weren't on that grind, right? They believe differently. I think only after the debate did like the most of like the establishment Democrats, like both in the party and the rank and file, like the voters, like that's when they changed their minds. Because remember, Biden hasn't actually been talking to anyone. He's been hiding away in the White House
What?
for the last 4 years. And let me just finish. He's been hiding away for the last 4 years, and like there were interviews with Democratic officials, both in his administration, people who worked in the White House, right, and other Democratic lawmakers, and they were surprised because they haven't been talking to Biden. They actually haven't seen his decline, right? They actually personally experienced it. That was when they saw the debate. Was the first time. Oh shit, this is real, right? Even people like working in the White House didn't know because that's how well they hit him away. So yeah.
I don't. So I know that those people acted surprised, but I don't believe that because he interacts with a number of officials weekly.
I'm saying that, my pushback to you is that like you're saying they, right, and they's doing a lot of work. I'm saying there's lots
I'm
of
saying
groups
they being
You're saying, like, the
super
majority of the
delegates within the
party.
Democratic Party.
and I'm saying even then, like those
Yeah,
super
there's a
delegates
major
come from
split.
all parts of the Democratic Party, right? Some of them are fucking mayors. Some of them are like DNC
Ex-presidents,
operators.
all of that.
All of that, and yeah. I don't think all of them knew. Obama knew. Obama fucking knew.
I think all of them knew.
They didn't all know. That's where I
Because-
disagree
Democrats
with you.
came out literally the
No,
day
no,
of
because
and
look,
made like
look, Brian.
made avid complaints against the party.
And look,
Like
Brian,
Jasmine Crockett did an
listen,
interview
listen.
and said that like I'm not like this was a bad decision.
No, wait, listen, Prime. This is why I know they all knew. If you were a super delegate within the Democratic Party, you would never want to do a presidential debate before this early in the year. There's too much that can go wrong. And now you have all of this time before the election where all of this shit festers.
Did they have control? Did they have control?
They had to go along and agree, yes, this is an idea that we should be unprecedented and offer to have a no, yes.
So
absolutely.
this is what my again, like I'm saying, I agree with almost with most of what you're saying, but I'm saying they is doing too much work here.
No, wait. So I wanna clarify the day. You don't think the controllers of the Democratic Party consulted with any of the super delegates when setting up this presidential debate that just happened? You don't think that happened? You don't think that they were like, hey guys, we're gonna do this debate early, and they had to justify why might they do something unprecedented in history? I think they had to.
I think I think some of the people within that super delegate list were consulted. I imagine Nancy Pelosi. I'm guessing. I don't know, right? But like, I imagine Nancy Pelosi is a super delegate, right? And they talked to her. And then she might have like known about this. Nancy Pelosi, honestly, because Nancy Pelosi was a big part of Joe Biden dropping out. Maybe she was part of the plan, right? So I could believe that. Yeah, I'm saying there's a lot of super delegates. and they don't all know, right? I don't think they were all in like a group DM.
I don't think all. I think
Yeah.
all is too much, but I think close to a majority. That's what I think.
But you think that they knew? You think they planned this in like January? You're saying that like we're gonna get Biden out, but we need to keep him in for now to replace Kamala. I feel like if to lock in what you believe to be even more so true, it would just be do it after the convention, the week after the convention. Like Biden has to
No,
drop
you
out, and
can't
now
do it
Kamala
after the
takes.
convention.
Yes, you can.
No.
And then you would have even
Then
less
they
of an
don't have the
argument that Kamala.
No.
No.
If they do it after the convention, they don't have the infrastructure to do what they're doing now.
They can't. They don't have the
No,
options.
but wait a minute. Your argument is that the reason they had to wait till now is because they were specifically picking Kamala.
Oh,
I'm saying if they
Before
want to
the
specifically pick
convention.
Kamala, you would wait till after.
Before the convention. Before, not after.
Right. But I'm saying that the argument, the strongest argument for if you're like manufacturing and putting in Kamala would be to wait till after the convention.
He's right.
No.
He's right about that part. Because think about it.
No.
Because with like then
At
Kamala's
that point, as you agree that there's a ticket, since you didn't
that's
believe in the
actually a
ticket before.
stronger case. If Kamala's officially on the ticket at that point, and then the candidate drops out, if that happens, then she's already been nominated. She's already been approved by the party at the convention, as the vice presidential candidate, and then dropping out afterwards. Yes, but if you're talking about an open convention, yes, you have to do it before. If you're trying
I'm not talking about
anyone
I'm not
else,
talking about open convention.
Okay.
I'm saying that what they did right now makes the most sense because you want your party convention to be a mobilizer of one, volunteers, and of two, the public to be interested in the vote. You don't want sleepy, brain dead Joe Biden to be at the convention talking monotone. He's not going to energize people. And you want the convention to be the energy that leads you to the presidential election. That's why Trump and Hogan, all this stupid shit was happening at the RNC. Your convention needs to be something that gives people hope for the future. What gives people more hope than kicking Joe Biden's senile ass off of the ticket, installing Kamala, and showing that, hey, the whole party lays their arms around her, and we all want her to be our person in November.
It could have been whenever, though. It could
Absolutely
have been
makes
March.
more sense to do this now than later.
Okay, I see.
They could have did it earlier though, and that didn't change anything. That's what I'm saying. Like it just feel and like it's one of those conspiracies that are like self approving. Like oh no,
actually that's just wrong because if they did it earlier, we wouldn't be having
She
this
would have had the
conversation.
primary.
She would be in the primary. There would be an open thing. That, like for example, like I said earlier, in
so you don't think that
Sorry,
what's it
hon.
called?
I think he's still talking.
What happened to
Pace,
Pace?
Pace, you're still
Yeah,
talking.
he
We can't hear
out.
you. Friend, Pace, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I
Pace,
heard
you
a
muted
little ding
yourself.
noise.
Yeah, we still can't hear you. Pace.
GSU was literally the point. You were literally the person who put like, wow, Joe Biden's Twitter account announced he was still in 18 hours before. Like I said, that's what it feels weird to say. Like, oh, they knew when this was all manufactured.
I'm not saying Joe Biden knew. I've never said Joe Biden knew. At least if I did, I didn't mean to imply that.
But they couldn't make Joe Biden drop out. Joe Biden had
Yes,
to come
they
to
could.
the decision.
You know what they had to do to make Joe Biden drop out? What they did last Sunday. All of the fucking donors said, yo, we pulling our fucking money if you don't drop out. Then he drops out. He drops out after he tweeted about it because he's on the phone and they're like, yo, we're not giving you any more money. And that same money is what
Joe Biden could have said everything, keep running, and they would have gave them money.
It's not happening.
Joe Biden, if Joe,
It's possible.
like it's.
I'm not disagreeing that it's possible. I'm not saying what you're saying is impossible. I'm saying that it's unlikely. That's what I think.
But I'm saying that like because people tried to push back against the idea of like, oh, nothing like there was nothing noble about what Joe Biden did. Joe Biden did have to come to a decision. Joe Biden had the party by balls.
I don't think
he's the incumbent.
There was nothing noble
I think
about
they
what he
came to a
did.
decision for him.
He did.
If he's not going to have money to run ads, he's not going to have money to campaign around the country.
If Joe Biden decided he was still running, then he's running.
No, Joe Biden did not have the party by the balls.
They couldn't physically
The
remove him.
The DNC, like I said, the DNC could have did these things fairly and allowed for these people who are actually running against Biden to be on the primary. The DNC could have allowed RFK to be on the primary, but they kicked him out of the party.
At this point, Joe Biden was all they had
because nobody wanted him.
No,
this
they-
is what we're
they
saying.
had-
Why would
they
they?
had
Why would
one
they?
this dude.
Hold on. What are we seriously considering That mentally, he's
Brainworms.
mentally
We're considering
unstable.
brainworms.
Robert Kennedy is mentally unstable.
I'm not. Look, I don't care whether he's mentally unstable or not. I'm saying that that if you looked at the
It's
the
also been
polling
shown that he
data
was.
right
Yeah.
now,
RFK
if
wasn't going to
if
be Joe Biden.
RFK was the Democrats' nominee, he'd have beat Trump if the Democrats had
RFK
got
would
the
never
House.
go to the
No,
Democratic
no,
nominee.
no.
Democrats
Like, I
wouldn't
don't know
vote
what
for
you're
him.
talking
no,
about.
he wouldn't have.
I know he looks
Hasn't
better
it
to
come out that
Republicans,
it's been
but
shown
Democrats
that he
wouldn't vote
literally
for
was a
RFK.
Yeah.
spoil thing?
He was hurting
No.
Trump
working
more
with
than he was
Trump?
hurting Biden.
Yeah,
No,
He's
I
appealing from
agree
the
with
you
national
what y'all are
vote green
saying,
for the
my
first
first
but what
thought
time.
I will
was
say is,
RFK
if
was
there was an
definitely
open
working with
convention,
Trump.
I don't think what y'all are saying applies as hard as y'all are putting it forth.
To RFK?
Not just to
Anybody.
RFK, but to
Yeah.
anybody. Like if like you're saying Biden's got the party by the balls. If they, like I said,
Yes, post primary.
with
If
the
Joe
New
Biden
Hampshire
says he's still
stuff,
running today,
they said that primary didn't count because Biden did not do what was necessary to get on the ballot. So they said, fuck you guys, we're just not going to let this count. If they would have had a real primary and let these people go out there and do it, nobody would have anything to say.
I would agree.
If-
understand
I
the
would
if
agree,
buts and
and
would have,
RFK
but I'm
would
saying
have-
last week.
RFK would have lost fair and square, right? He would have lost. And
I
if
think
there was
if
open
he would have
convention,
lost
and
fair
there
and
was an
square,
open
then sure.
convention,
If he
if
would
there
have
was
lost
open
fair and square, then
convention,
sure, he would have
if there
lost
was
fair
an
and
open
square. But the
convention, he
fact
would
that they
have
wouldn't
lost
even
there
allow him
fair and square.
is not fair.
Yeah,
No,
sure. I
so-
agree. Hold on. I already agreed to that, to be clear, right? Like I said previously,
Yeah, he's
there
pro
was no
open
primary. That primary was bullshit. It was smoke and mirrors, right? There was lies, there was cheating up and down on the Democratic side. It was literally unnecessary, right? It was unnecessary assuming, right, that you had a candidate with a functioning brain, right, who could have just like made his own case for himself. But they didn't have a candidate with a functioning brain. They couldn't actually have him debate, right? So they don't want him to have a debate with RFK. They didn't want to have him have a debate with
Everybody
Marion
in the
Wilson,
world has
because
known
if that
this for
happened,
years.
if that had happened in February, then all this would have played out back then, right? So I agree. There was no democratic process then. But I'm saying if there was a democratic process, no way RFK makes it, right? Like, you don't seem to understand
Wait,
the democratic elective. You think
I'm not
RFK
saying that
makes
he
it.
would
RFK
make
then-
it. I'm
would
saying
win.
that.
and then-
I'm telling you.
And then,
No, he wouldn't.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
You,
he
if
would.
you as a conservative
He would
might
get
like
your
him,
vote.
but that's
Yeah.
the problem. You as a conservative
I
don't
don't
like
like
them,
RFK,
right?
but
Okay,
RFK
I don't know.
would beat
Then
both of
no
them.
one
He
here
would
likes
not
him
have.
either. So I don't know what you're talking about. But then, even if it goes to an open convention, right? RFK, and he was still on the Democratic nomination process, right? RFK is not winning there. He's a massive
Hold on, wait. Brian, one question.
liability.
I agree with you that RFK wouldn't win, but I think RFK would get more percentage than Kamala in an open election. If this
He
had
already
happened in
has.
January,
Not with the
Everyone-
backing of the
just-
Democratic Party. Not with the
Did
history
everyone like
Kamala has.
completely
Democrat
memory?
Party,
No, no,
open
Did everyone
primary would not
completely
have backed
memory
Kamala.
Bam,
the-
you're
the-
combining
the
things. You can't
conversation he
combine
had
those
with
things.
I can combine
In-
things because that's the world we live in. That was the question I asked
In a
you.
world where there's an open primary, this other stuff doesn't exist.
It does exist. Kamala Harris is still the acting sitting VP, and the Democratic Party
her
still
being
selected
said-
her
No,
as the
no,
candidate.
no, Bam,
Wait,
no.
wait, wait,
VP
Bam,
means
Bam,
nothing.
Bam, I need you to soak this in your brain.
When you're,
If there was an open primary, the super delegates would not have given their support to
they
a
don't have to
candidate
say it.
before that was
They
done.
have, the establishment decides who their pick is. Versus they say it. In 2020, in 2020, Biden was the establishment pick before at the start of the primaries. We know because of where they
And he
stand.
wasn't the start because he didn't even
We
join the
know-
race until far later on.
Yeah,
we
he
know
wasn't
because-
even there.
We know
He
because of
joined, and then he
yes,
bypassed.
because they weren't
Bernie.
going to vote for Bernie because they decided that Bernie was actually pretty close. He was towards the middle of the stage, but you can tell who actually has establishment backing in a primary process. And I'm not about to be gaslit and pretend this doesn't exist and it
If
doesn't
Warren
impact
would
me.
have dropped out before Massachusetts.
This is how they give.
Bernie
This is how they
would've
decide
won.
what questions to
You're
ask.
saying
This is how
that they
decide.
decided beforehand, and on the same statement, you're arguing that in 2020 that didn't happen.
No, that
I don't
did
get
happen. Joe Biden was
He
an
joined
establishment
the
selection.
race late, bro.
But they weren't good. They didn't matter.
You're
No,
saying you're saying the party choose who they were going
yes,
to
they picked Joe Biden.
Hold on, wait. You're saying the party chooses who they're going to back and who
Correct.
they want to win
And they picked Joe
before
Biden.
the primaries, and the guy that you're saying that they chose wasn't even a part of the
Correct. He
beginning
doesn't
of the
have. He doesn't
primary.
have to show up.
Both of those
Exactly.
statements
No,
can't be
that
true.
can be true because that can be true because Donald Trump didn't show up to any of the primary process, but the RNC absolutely selected Donald Trump as the RNC
The
candidate.
RNC
No,
selected
I think
Donald
RNC
Trump
did
because he
not
won the
there's
select
another way.
Donald
primary.
There's another way to look at this. Another way to look at this, right? During the 2020 presidential primaries, right?
They didn't
Which
like
I
any of the
paid very
candidates
close
over there.
attention to, right? Yes, Joe Biden joined late, but that doesn't mean that there wasn't another establishment pick, right? There was other establishment picks, and they weren't doing well, right? Bernie was kicking all their asses. Joe came in. Joe was still getting his ass kicked, right? But then they realized, oh, holy shit! And this is just admitted. Hold on. Literally,
I'm
this
not
was,
disagreeing with you.
okay, well then let me,
That just breaks down Bam's point.
let me
Doesn't
just
go ahead.
say this. I'm going to state this, right? There's literally a U.S. House of Representative member like 2 weeks ago admitted this on public TV. They've been gaslighting this about us. They've been gaslighting us about this for 4 years, right? Saying this didn't happen, but they were literally on national TV, on like CNN. They admitted this happened. That Joe Biden and the rest of the establishment candidates were going to lose. And they saw that Bernie was going to win. Then the DNC, right, the establishment came together. They got together. Obama was part of this, right? And then Senator Jim Clyburn was a part of this. They saw what was happening. And so Jim Clyburn in South Carolina throws his support behind Joe Biden. They get the others to drop out. That's Pete Buttigieg. That's Amy, what's her face?
All the so-called moderates. Amy
All the so-called
Klobuchar,
moderates.
Pete
They drop out
Buttigieg,
simultaneously. Yeah, simultaneously.
John Monaly,
They
who was
That
drop
can't
out.
happen. This is a
the-
primary. It's
Yeah, hold
open
on,
primary.
yeah.
That can't happen.
No,
Brian.
No, you gotta follow the timeline, Bill.
They literally, hold on. This was the plan. This was a plan. They just admitted to this, right? They all drop out like the same day they drop out. The reason why they dropped out is because they were offered something. They were all given something. Pete Buttigieg became the
They're
transportation
offered a spot
secretary,
in his
right?
party.
Why did they? Oh, hold on, I don't even have to do this. What they don't the transportation secretary. Why did they give him transportation secretary? He has no experience in transportation, nothing, zero, right? They did nothing for him. Only thing they needed from them to do was to drop out at exactly that moment, just before the South Carolina primary, and then Joe Clyburn throws his support behind Joe Biden, right? And then the whole momentum changes, and then Joe Biden wins in South Carolina, and then he starts to win afterwards. That's exactly what happened. I was there. I watched it all happen. So my point to bring all that up is that like both of you can be correct, or maybe I'm not sure what side.
No, only I can be correct.
Okay. Is that like
And I was like,
when Bam says that the DNC can throw their support behind someone, that's true. That doesn't mean they're going to win, though, right? The like if they thought like we want Pete Buttigieg, that shit wasn't working out because he's a horrible fucking candidate. But then Joe Biden came in later, and they changed their mind. We want Joe. And then so they threw their weight behind Joe, and that's how Joe won. And Obama was part of it. I'll never let him forget it.
Mm-hmm.
okay, so Bam's point was that when the party throws their hats in the ring behind this person is going to win. And what I was saying is that's not true. What you just gave in 2020 is the example. They threw themselves behind a candidate, but when they saw that the delegates were going to have to vote differently than the super delegates, they started to throw their support behind somebody else. So the important thing to remember is super delegates only have so many votes, and it's not nearly as many as the delegate votes. So even in the 2016 election, before the first primary, I think all or like 90% of the super delegates had cast their votes for Hillary. Even though they did that, which skewed it heavily in Hillary's favor, because before even the first caucus,
No,
you had her
they
ahead
put
by
their
like
support, not their votes. Because remember, they didn't vote yet, right? Because the convention didn't happen.
no, but
I'm agreeing
but
with you.
she
I'm agreeing
has
with you.
she hasn't captured.
It's all
She
support,
essentially has their vote,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. Mhm.
But she was already up like 800 or something, or 700. I can't remember the number, but she was already up that many super delegate votes.
Yeah. Mhm.
But because the delegate vote is like 5 times, 6 times as much, Bernie was still able to win stuff. He didn't eventually win, right? But he was still able to win and like close the gap a little bit. And in 2020, even though people threw their support behind Pete Buttigieg or whoever it was, I can't remember. But like Prime said, that person still ended up losing, and they had to move away from that person and move to somebody else. It shows that what is really happening is they're reacting to the will of the people. If they vote for somebody, if they're going to vote for somebody, and the people are also going to vote for them, cool, they go with it. But if the people are going to vote against them, that's why they don't give their superdelegate vote out until the convention, because they can change who they're going to support. So I agree with you, Bam, that it's important, and it's important for framing and also media. Hey, Bernie Sanders is already down by 700 votes. I'm not saying that it doesn't mean anything, but what I'm saying is that they absolutely don't just straight up choose the candidate. The people choose the candidate. A lot of the time, the people and who the party want are in sync, because guess what? The party should know what people are going to vote for. So they're putting their stock behind candidates that they think can win. The fact that that's a lot of the time congruent doesn't mean that they're choosing, and all of this is just like smoke and mirrors on top. Outside of
but I was about to say Biden was the favorite. Like before, like I said, I understand the Biden interlate, but Biden was the favorite prior to even entering the election for the
because he was the vice president.
Because you had other people. Bernie Sanders was the favorite, and if it wasn't for Mike Bloomberg, if Mike Bloomberg didn't join in the race when he did, Biden wouldn't have got the traction that he did, because Mike Bloomberg was joining in because he didn't think Biden could do it. So when Mike Bloomberg joined in and all of his money was coming in there, the moment Mike Bloomberg decided to say, okay, I've done my job to force Biden to move more moderate, he dropped out and gave his $500 million to Biden's campaign.
Yeah, I'm about to say, what you're saying is just completely ahistorical. Bernie had a lot of popular with young people, but Bernie wasn't the favorite to win the nomination going into
yes, he was before Joe Biden joined. Yes, he was.
Yes,
that's true.
Yes, no, you're talking about active candidates. I'm saying regard of people that want to participate. Bam.
Biden was the people that exist are the active people running.
No, it's not. No, we have even whenever was up.
Bam. Listen, if Biden is not there,
he is still. Wait.
No. Let me finish all the way. Because we can't do this. Yeah. If Biden is not there, and Bernie Sanders is the same nigga that he was, there's no way that you're telling me right now that he wasn't the favorite. He was. He was winning.
Biden was there.
We just went over the fact that he wasn't there yet.
Which you're not paying attention to the right thing. Now. I'm talking about polling. Michelle Obama isn't actively in the race, but Michelle Obama has polling results, and Michelle Obama polls favorably.
No, what are you talking about?
I'm saying I don't care about who's actually in the race.
You're conflating a bunch of different things.
Y'all talking about something
no.
We don't have to argue about this point, though. Hold on. We don't have to argue about like who's the favorite. Like that.
Thank God, please, let's move on. Please, let's move on.
Oh, that's what happens when every time I'm right, y'all do this.
No. You are horribly wrong.
He's trying to save you, and you don't even want him to save you.
It doesn't matter what every single poll in the world, because the question was, is Hillary going to win again? No.
That's what Bam did. Bam said none of this matters because I know Bam is wrong, and I don't want to spend 20 minutes again proving to Bam that he's wrong when everybody here knows that Bernie was the front runner.
So I can't find any polls prior to the 2016 election.
I was gonna let it happen, Prime. I had bowed out and I was like, I'm gonna let it happen. I'm gonna let Prime save him. You were the one who brought it back. Now we gotta go. Smooth gotta finish now. Like he tried to see you and you wouldn't even take it.
I mean, either way, after Super Tuesday, Biden won 10 out of 15 contests against Bernie Sanders. So
100%. Yes.
What are you going to say?
We're talking. Yeah, Bam was arguing that before Joe Biden jumped in.
We figure out who's favorite before who's actually declares. The declaration day isn't the first day we start calculating on who has the party support.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. That's not how this.
When the person puts their name on the ballot to say, "I am registering myself to be the nominee," that's when you start. That's when you start poll day. You can do as many polls as you want to. Michelle Obama, you can say she's the favorite to win right now. She ain't running. and she said she's not going to run. So you can't use her in any of your fucking
Yeah,
debates.
of course you can.
No, you can't.
No,
She's not
you
running.
can't.
Prior to Biden dropping out, why
Prime
do you
is
think
so
they were running all these
confused.
different polls?
He's like, wait,
She
how are you
said,
gonna
other
she
people?
said,
Bam.
she,
Not
you want to
running.
know why it doesn't matter?
No,
Because she said
hold
herself
on,
that she's
hold on.
not running. She didn't put her name on the fucking ballot to say she's going to run, so you can't use her. Use the people who are saying they're going to run.
And also, very, very clear here. A poll is nothing more than people walking outside asking dumbass people, dumbass other Americans, a question. You're gonna get some wild ass fucking answers because they don't know.
But I just asked I know
It's just a question.
I asked ChatGPT.
No. They literally walked up to somebody on the street. Would you prefer Michelle Obama? And somebody went, yeah, I like Michelle Obama. And that's it. They didn't know her policies. None of that. They just go, I like Michelle Obama.
Can we say you have polls for Oprah Winfrey?
There's two lists here.
Can
we just say there's two lists here? Like, there's a hypothetical favorite. Like, in a hypothetical matchup, this person be the favorite. And that could be anybody, right? And then there's like the practical, real life favorites. Hey, okay, these are people in the race, right? And as of now, this person is the favorite for the race. Can we just do that and move on with our lives?
I hope so.
That's the only part
No,
that matters.
I don't like calling mine hypothetical. I disagree with that.
It is hypothetical.
I'm reading off what I
voting for Harambe is hypothetical.
Before the start of the Democratic process,
Gorilla will never be president.
Is she in the race or is she not in the race?
Who had previously served as vice president under Barack Obama, was a well-known leader of the Democratic Party and had a long history in politics. His experience and name recognition made him a front runner for the race before the beginning.
Nobody gives two shits
I need to
before
get
the
my
beginning. Is he running or is he not?
Joseph
Biden.
Huh?
What the fuck was that? You just start reading some shit. What was it?
ChatGPT bullshit.
I asked ChatGPT before the start of the Democratic primary, who was the favorite?
You asked who?
ChatGPT.
Fuck GPT.
And what did it say? It could have said anybody. It could have said Klobuchar.
I'm still gonna tell you, fuck ChatGPT.
Like
Joseph or Biden.
We live.
Were you alive?
Yes, and I was alive, and I remember.
Did you watch it?
Yes, and Joseph or Biden. Then everybody's like,
he wasn't there. How could he be the favorite and he wasn't there?
No, he didn't really get there till the Super Tuesday fucking ballots came in.
How does someone come in that late and win if they weren't the favorite?
Jim Clyburn.
He got an endorsement by Barack Obama.
Exactly, because he's a favorite. Why would Obama?
No, that's not a favorite.
People like Obama.
That doesn't mean you're the favorite.
Okay.
Yo, can we not talking about Kamala Harris?
Please.
I just want to call it out.
Yeah.
This whole panel.
Talk about Kamala Harris.
Let's get back to Kamala. Let's get back to Kamala in real fucking life instead of living in Bam's dream world. Okay, this shit is not okay. I did not come in here for this. I came in here for some real debate.
Well,
let me tell you one thing.
If I may for just a moment here.
Hold on 1 second, Pete. I'm not even giving an opinion. I'm just updating.
Oh, you gotta go. Hey, have a good one, Pace. I know you're not feeling so well, so I hope you feel better.
Oh, he gotta go. Oh shit.
So while
good to see you, bro.
I'm glad that you joined in, Smooth, because you get to take my spot. But I'll let Prime know that I wasn't gonna be able to stay all the entire thing. I've got customers I got to tend to in the morning, so I got to get to bed very quickly. As a matter of fact, I got to go send some emails out to make sure these appointments are still lined up for tomorrow. So I will see you guys next time. I'm glad that you showed up, Smooth. Haven't seen you in forever. Have fun with Bam.
All right.
Smooth, just to let you know, before you joined, I told Bam, I said, Bam, you have a hard time keeping a bunch of stuff in your mind and understanding the difference. And as soon as you joined, you said the exact same thing. I'm just calling that out.
Two niggas could be.
I'm not saying it's true, Bam. I'm not saying it's true.
Of course,
it's
not true.
There's been three people who think that at least as a minimum here. That's all I'm saying.
Bam.
No, one of them is Prime. Prime means Smooth.
Fam, no. See, you gave him two. He actually conflated three different things, and I that's when I had to just start talking because I'm like, there's no way we can't be here. We can't be doing this. I'm actually tired. I actually worked a whole shift, did all this other stuff, and I'm like, how am I tired? and I can see this in 4K.
Me and
In
ChatGPT.
I felt the
4K.
same way.
No, think for yourself.
Let's move on. Let's move on.
ChatGPT is a
Yeah, let's talk
program.
about.
This
let's
is
talk
really
about. Come on.
unimportant. Let's move on.
Kamala, 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 Kamala.
I'm so glad you're saying their name correctly. Can we stop doing that?
Hey, wait. I do
Like
have a
Mom-
question. I want to recenter. I want to recenter this, and I want to ask y'all a question because I don't know the answer to this. Has Kamala ever called herself black before 2016?
Yes.
Does anybody
Yeah.
know?
Yeah, when she applied to her
would say
historically black
yes.
college, and
Considered
that's where
herself a black
that signed
woman.
up for the first
When she
black.
what now?
When
She's
she,
always
Wait, is Bam low or is it just me?
It sounds like he's lower.
oh, hello, testing. 1 2.
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, I was about to
yourself.
say,
Yeah, go ahead.
She applied. Yeah, she was black when she applied for her historically black college and applied for
No,
membership.
just
to
because you get in
the
a
first black
HBCU
sorority.
and in a sorority don't mean you black.
Yeah, but
Don't mean you
that's
call
what she put in her
yourself black.
application.
No.
She put herself
She
black.
like you're saying she checked it off in a
Yeah,
box.
she checked off black. Well, really mixed race, but black.
Wait,
I
how
said
do you know that?
always
I've seen
called
this.
consider herself a
Wait,
black
Look.
wait. How do
Information.
you know that, Bam?
It's public information. You can look it up.
So okay. So look, here's my thing. All right. Here's my thing. I think she was calling herself a black woman when she was with Montel Williams. I think so. I think so.
Really?
I think so.
He had a
She
talk
did.
show. He was a freaking
What's his
Navy
face?
hero.
The mayor
Marine.
of San Francisco.
Oh, I see her calling herself a woman of color, but not black.
When? Where? What year is this?
Uh,
In what scenario? In what scenario? Because if you're talking
Yes.
about a political statement in California, then yes, they were the first ones to start using the whole people of color thing. Because
but
California
black
is
people don't ever say that.
Yeah,
nah.
but she is like half South Asian, right? She's half like
not.
Indian. Like,
No, but the question I was specifically asking was, has she ever referred to herself as black before 2016?
yeah, I don't know.
Can I
But I'm
ask a
saying that like
follow-up
yeah, I don't
question?
know. I
Howard.
don't know.
Can I ask you a follow-up question about that?
Mhm.
Does it fucking matter?
Oh, absolutely. I think if
Like she
If
has
you
to go
wanna
out and
use-
say it like
wait,
completely.
were you asking me the question or was it rhetorical? I just want to know.
Yes and no. It's just it's just
Okay, so yes, so
annoying.
I'll respond. Yes, so I think it matters because she's being billed as, hey, she's gonna be the first black female president, and she was the first black female vice president. So I think you can't be expedient with identities in that way. I wouldn't want somebody to act as if they were trans or gay or whatever, just to say, oh, hey, I'm gonna gain something with this identity that I don't self-recognize as. So me ultimately, I consider her as a black person, but my question specifically was, how does she identify herself?
Always identified herself as black. Her mom raised her and her sister to be black women. So she knows nothing other than being a black woman. Point blank and period.
Yeah, I was just asking, has she ever publicly espoused that?
That's
Yes.
that's why I asked, like, does that matter? That you have to
No, it
publicly
does. I
announce
just
it?
told
Do
you
you
why
think
it matters to
do you
me.
think she applied to
It
Howard
is
as an Asian woman?
black
Is that your thing? You think like, oh, I'm an Asian person. I want to go to Howard University. It's not even in my state. It's literally across the country. You think that was just a random decision?
I
she
don't
applied?
think HBCU attendance is some
No, well, why- well, if you had to
inherent
guess-
I only have
relationship to self-identity.
if you had to guess, why
I
do you
think I
she
only like
applied
have
to-
a weird.
I
I
don't
only
think
have
so.
like a weird thing
I-
about
couldn't-
this
you couldn't come up with
because
any idea.
the
You don't
only
know why she
time I
applied.
ever. The only
I
time
don't
ever announced
remember
my
her being
blackness
referred
was
to
on
as,
Twitch.
oh, California is getting a black AG. I don't remember any of these conversations about her until it became expedient. That's why I asked.
And she was
No,
the
I
first black
remember
senator.
her
so-
like voting for her before I like moved and stuff. Like I voted for her, I think, to be AG, and I think I voted for her to be senator. And those times, she's always considered herself to be a black woman.
So there's articles where she talks about becoming the first black female AG of California.
Should be, yes.
Quick Google it.
Could be. It sounds like you're hesitant.
I'm going to say yes. I'm going to say yes.
I mean, it was many years ago, so like, I'm not going to hold DQ to that, right? Like a long time ago when that happened. So probably, but I don't know.
Like, I mean, it's such a crazy the thing that you're asking for is so like it's so ahistorical. It would be like asking, Like next week we just
ahistorical. Do you know what ahistorical
Sure.
means?
Well, I used the wrong word, but I'm saying it would be so like if we ask the question, I wonder if Smooth ever actually identifies as black. Have you ever heard Smooth call himself black? Like I know he says nigga, and I know
we
he shows
just
up
said
on
that
ABE.
about.
Huh?
Wait. Oh my God, I can't believe this is crazy.
So,
Okay,
hold up.
there are a lot of people that are of mixed descent that some claim black and some don't claim black.
Right, but I'm talking about Smooth.
So
Right?
it's important in a conversation where we're talking about somebody with mixed descent. It's not important if we're talking, unless maybe Smooth is of mixed descent and I just don't know. But it's not important when we're talking about somebody that's not of mixed descent.
So
We can't
in
hear you.
1990, Kamala Harris joined the Links, which is a distinguished African American women's organization that is by invite only.
Okay.
She joined what now?
The Links.
How do you spell it? LYNX or
LINKS?
Okay.
That's annoying.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Like literally what you're saying is literally applying to Razor. So I think that like your thoughts are skewed, right? Because
what do you think is skewed? I really want to hear this.
Because you're literally saying just because there are people of mixed race descent, such as Razor, who it like defines themselves as black. And so what you're saying is like you're literally counting all those people who are mixed race out onto some level. That's the way I'm
I didn't. No, I literally said, so hold on, wait. Debate Queen, to be super clear, what I said was, I don't care how she identifies herself. To me, she's black. I said that. So second off, the reason why this is important, I said, is because it's important to understand how those people self-identify. So an example, let's say we were having ABE and Razor wanted to come on ABE and Razor was of mixed descent. Well, if Razor says, I'm not black, then we're not reaching out to him and inviting him. But because he does consider himself black, he's allowed because this is a black space and he's a black person. So I was not at all saying that these people aren't black. I specifically said they are, even if they claim not to be. So I said the exact opposite of what you said.
Wait, but you assume, but you're saying that because
Hold on,
Razor is in the
I
black
want
space.
Debate Queen to respond. Hold on, wait. I want Debate Queen to respond.
I want to hear what Bam's gonna say.
So you're saying that Razor being in this black space gives you an assumption that Razor identifies as black by the black spaces that he congregates in.
I think what Gambit was saying was very clear, right? Or maybe he actually didn't elaborate enough, right, for everyone else. But I thought it was clear to my head. When we're talking about mixed race individuals, we damn well know there are mixed race individuals who don't take on the black identity. We have ones that were passing as white, right, and their self-perception of themselves, like either they really believe they're pure white, or even if they're hiding it, right, like that. That affects their political opinions, right? It's important to know if this person identifies, are they proud of their black heritage, right? Or if they're hiding it. If I'm looking at a nominee who's like hiding their black heritage the entire time, yeah, that's actually going to affect the way I look at it. That's not a problem for a person who's pure black, like Smooth, right?
But she went to a black college and was a member of a historically black university.
I hear you. I hear you.
And I'm saying that there's no reason to assume in the 80s she joined Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated as an Asian woman. There's no way you would lean
That's not true.
She probably joined them as an Asian
That's
woman.
not true.
She probably attended a historically black college
3,000
miles away from her home
there
as
are
an Asian
full-blooded Asians inside.
There's no
there are
reason to
full
believe
white
she's
people
not.
inside.
Smooth, we can't
what
hear
are you talking
you.
about?
We literally can't hear you, Smooth.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you are.
But yeah, Waterkai, you've been trying to jump in for a second. What are you trying to say?
Well, I was saying she was part of Alpha Kappa Alpha, which is invite only. She was at a historically black college,
Alpha
and she was a
Kappa
member of
Alpha
the
has
Links.
multiple ethnicities in it. They have full-blooded white people, full-blooded Asian
in
people.
The 80s?
They have mixed race people, and they have black people.
In the 80s?
Period.
No.
You know nothing about the D9.
You can probably count on two hands.
Say you know nothing about the D9.
I'm a member of the D9. You probably count the number.
So you should know that your organization has had non-black people for a very long time.
I'm saying it's easier to recognize the black organizations that she's been involved in versus when people ask her, "Hey, do you say you're black?" and her answering it. Like there's a lot easier to figure this out.
Like you have to be intentional to say that I don't know if she considers herself black outside of every point of her history, her involving herself with black organizations and black people. Like
I
we have a history.
No, wait. First off, I was asking this question to gain clarity because I felt like since some of you all are supporters, you might have more information, which you have provided, which is good. That was the point of me asking the question. But if you ask me how I felt before I asked this question and some of the clarification that y'all have given, I've never heard her refer to herself as black, but I have heard her use terms like this thing
People
is
of color.
this quote that she has, like people of color and blah blah blah, where she puts herself inside of like a mixed brown bag, but she's never explicitly called herself black that I can remember. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah. I think it's
I
a
will
fair
say the
question.
things that you all are saying, that she was a part of 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 the D9. She was a part of whatever this links thing is that I'll look up. Those things are strong, compelling cases that maybe she does consider herself black.
Yeah,
That's why I asked the question.
I don't like I
Dean
don't
was
keep
the
track of these
original
things, but I don't
black
remember off the top of my head her like referring to herself as a black woman. But I don't keep track of this, so that doesn't mean anything. I'll just put that out there.
And there are a great many black people that are
you,
black that have never said they are black.
True.
are you? We can't hear you. Smooth's asking me to move him in. Okay, I get it. Sorry, buddy. Sorry, I didn't realize.
Okay, I had to fix my anyway. Yeah, so what I wanted to say here is okay. One, it does absolutely the link I dropped. It does show herself in 2015 referring herself as a black woman, and the way that she does that is by further down. She says, "My mother had 2 black daughters," which you can safely infer that she is referring to herself as black.
Her mother has 3 daughters.
This is
She
what I'm
says,
I'm joking, bro. I'm playing.
I was like,
Foul,
what? That's
GSC,
like,
you foul, dude.
I'm like, okay, there's a third daughter, but 2 of them are black, and she's referring to one of them as herself. But that answers GSU's point. To just join a black organization or black cause does not mean you're necessarily identifying as black, truth wholeheartedly, because I mean, we have NAACP lady, for example. That lady ran the organization for quite some time and wasn't even black at all. But she was identifying.
I know you're talking about Rachel
Yeah, yeah,
Dolezal.
yeah. Rachel Dolezal. So I mean, like that doesn't mean just joining a black organization doesn't give you this black pass.
Oh
You know
no,
what
I
I'm
wasn't
saying?
even implying that. That's why I mentioned two things she was involved in that were by
I couldn't
invite
even hear
only.
y'all. I couldn't even hear y'all at that
You
point.
can't hear
I
us.
was saying
No. When I
you heard now.
no, I can hear
Before.
you.
So
Okay.
Oh yeah.
the sorority she was in, as well as the links, are both by invitation only.
Oh, okay.
But
They're black
that doesn't
organizations.
invitation only doesn't
I'm just
mean
saying
you're
it's a
black.
strong indicator. I'm not saying it's a definitive.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying it's a
I'm
strong
agreeing.
indicator.
I'm agreeing with that part for sure. I'll leave this conversation saying I think there's compelling evidence that she considered herself black before 2016.
Bam, are you okay? Bam.
What happened, Bam?
Oh, what happened? Did I die?
Yeah,
Your cam
you're
went
off
off.
camera.
Oh, yeah.
I think
like
it's better
everything
this way.
froze.
Jesus Christ.
Now
No,
you just
but
need his mic to freeze. Go ahead.
so I guess my real question is, okay.
Yo, don't invite him back in. Did he just drop out?
Anyway.
Came in with the figure.
Anyway, so my real question is, do y'all genuinely think like she has a real shot at winning? That's my
Yes.
thing.
That's a good topic.
Yes.
Like, does she have a real shot at winning?
I believe she
Yes.
does.
Okay,
The amount of energy
So
that
hold
popped
on,
up-
wait. Let me then. Okay, if so, like why? Like what is gonna put her in a good place to actually win?
the amount of energy that happened when Biden dropped out and endorsed her was something that I don't think in my entire time of being into politics, even with Bernie, when Bernie first lit my flame for politics in 2016, the energy that she fucking gave off the moment she got endorsed, like all my previous experiences pale in comparison to the energy I felt. the how quickly the funding she got from small donors, the amount of new people who have never donated before coming in saying I'm donating because of this. Just so much hell, the memes that are going around, the fact that Republicans can't say anything against her without looking like complete fucking psychos who just hate women. Like, they already have an issue with that, but at least with Joe Biden, they had a chance. With Joe Biden, they had a few attacks that were landing really well. With Kamala, all they have is she sucked her way to the top, or she laughs weird. And it's like, what the fuck are y'all doing? So I feel she has a chance, not only because the people are definitely seem to be on her side with this, but also because the opposition is terrified of her and they have nothing.
I would also point to the idea that at the time when Joe Biden was still running for president, you had historically the two oldest candidates running for president at that point. Now you have a younger candidate that more people are interested in voting on. So you also have possibly the first black female president.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of things to look at to where people are interested in voting for Kamala.
There's a thing I keep telling to my girlfriend and other people who I just have small conversations with. She has what I call the novelty vote. It's something it's new, it's never been seen before. I kind of want the people who are going to say, that sounds cool, I'm going to vote for that. Like, they don't have any policy ideas, they don't care about anything. They just say, oh, that sounds new, I like that, vote. Like, they're going to vote because of the novelty.
Okay.
I think that it comes down to is the policies. Now, if
That's the median voter.
Like, if she can come down with some real good policies and again divert from Biden, she's got herself a good shot. Now, if she continues to toe the same line as Biden, now there is where you can see that she may have a problem. But if she continues to not do that, she continues to like be on her own path. I think that absolutely the way that she's been drawing in like everybody and getting enough support, then yeah, I think she has the great chance to actually win over Trump.
Okay. Bam.
Yeah, I think that I want her to talk. Like, I personally enjoy the discussion of policy. I would love for her to drop a dope platform, especially like a lot of people in Chicago were complaining related to like a lot of migrants getting bust up there and causing issues. I think her, saying like not necessarily taking accountability for the border because she was never considered border czar. That was never like an official job that was given to her. But just saying that like, hey, we failed you in certain ways, and in response to that, we're going to offer different types of employment. We're going to put some funding towards schools. We're going to offer some level of federal jobs. Like, we're gonna help out these communities. I think that those things would go really well with people. But something different from Biden, and you would consider a consolidation or consolidating on an issue, but I disagree with the instead of running on the idea of being able to do bipartisan legislation, which doesn't seem super feasible right now. I would honestly give the voters some homework. Like, look, I have these type of policies. These are the things I want to do, but I can't do it alone. I need 60 senators in my, I need 60 senators. I need you to elect and insert whoever you have running, whatever that state is, whoever you're going to back. I need this person to be on my ticket. And we need the majority of the House to be able to pass these policies. Because I think a lot of people, one of the things, even though I think Biden got a lot of legislation done that didn't go well with people, is he made promises that he was going to get Republicans to come from across the aisle. And the Republican Party is in complete shambles right now. Bipartisanship isn't really possible right now. And our politicians need to say it instead of pretending they can get other people.
Face just subscribed for 4 months. Penises.
Yeah. So
like,
my
Did we
take
all
on
hear
it
that?
is,
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
what the hell?
Leave the
Shout out to
water.
Justin.
One
Penis.
second. Leave the water card. Thank you for uh,
wait, what happened?
gifting us sub. And then thank you. Oh, and gifting was it 2 subs? And a Bobster, Bubster99. Hello, thank you. They gifted 3 subs. Oh, sorry, they gifted a sub. It's paying for the sub they got from Doobie. Oh, in the community. Okay. Thank you, Bobster. Anyway, we're 90 seconds. Help us get to a hype train. If another person subscribes or gift bits or subs, right? We can get to a hype train. It would be awfully nice. Consider supporting the channel now. So subs to the channel, gift bits or gift subs. Support us so I can keep doing all this for you. Like these conversations when they're frustrating or when they're fun or informative, all of that. Consider helping us out. If you have Amazon Prime, says Prime Gaming, use that 1 free sub here. We have less than a minute left. Then we can start a hype train if someone gifts within that time. Support this community. Hey, Gambit, thank you for being kind enough to give 5 subs to the channel. Really kind of you. Because of that, we're at a level 2 hype train, I imagine. So help us get to a level 3 hype train. Yeah, level 2 hype train, 26% done. 74% left. I can do math. Hey, but that changed a little bit. Narita skipping 300 bits. Thank you so much, putting us at 33%, which means we have 67% left. Help us get to level 3 hype train. Thank you, Narita, for always being a constant supporter of this community. I do actually appreciate you, friend. Yeah, so 67% left. Help us get to level 3 hype train. Sub to the channel, gift bits or gift subs. Get you're happy viewing if you're not subbed currently. Resub. If you haven't been gifted this sub, consider resubbing. That'd be great. Being a part of the community. Or sorry, what?
All I said was, I said, yep. I was
Okay,
just
sure.
agreeing with you.
Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, well then he agrees too. Smooth's all about it. So consider subbing the channel, get the bits of gifting subs, support us so that we can have these. Hopefully we can be more regular with these, but we do need your help to make that happen. Yeah. If you would like everything, like the fact that we come back here again, that we gather these individuals, that we have these fun conversations, that we have exceptional debaters here, right? That could
Thanks, man.
that would be Bam. That would also be Gambit. That would be all of these great individuals. If you like the fact that they come through, then consider supporting this community. Now it's the time, 3 minutes left on the clock. 67% left. Help us get to level 3 hype train. Subs to the channel, give bits or give subs. And yeah, okay. So I'll throw it back to you guys. I might interrupt again to get the hype train going, but yeah. So who wants to?
Oh,
So
so I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
think Kamala is gonna win. I think one thing that she did wrong, I think her speech was it yesterday or day before yesterday? No, Biden's speech was yesterday. Hers was day before. I think one thing she did is she called for an assault weapons ban at the end of her speech. And I think the gun position on the on like our side is a losing position. I think it's stupid. I also think if you understand guns is also stupid. But so I think if she's gonna become a person that talks more publicly about that, again, I think that's gonna be harmful to her. I think, Trump is gonna energize the Trump people. That's just gonna happen. And I don't know if people are really gonna be as energized come November for Kamala. So I
So
think there's a couple of positions on the left that are losing. The transport thing is crazy. I think the gun ban thing is insane. And I think because of those reasons, as well as Trump being energizing to his side, I think she's going to end up losing.
let me respond because you want to know what people thought on this topic. And 90 seconds left. 90 seconds left in the hype train. Consider helping us out. So we can get to level 3 hype train. Save the hype train. Subs to channel. Give bits or give subs. But to begin to answer your question, oh boy. I was cautiously optimistic about Kamala. I'd seen her in the previous I was really excited about her in 2020 when she first started running, right? I thought she was gonna be fantastic. I was like really boosted. I'm like, oh man, Kamala gets in this race, it's going to like turn it upside down. I was anticipating her jumping into the race and like excited about the prospect because she had I had seen her as a senator, I had seen her grill people as a senator, and she was like fantastic. She really acquitted herself well. I'm like, this woman's gonna be amazing. She jumped in the race and she was a fucking disaster, like another disaster, a complete disappointment. And shockingly, I've never seen a person face plant as hard as she did.
Did she like win the second debate? Well, arguably, there's no real winner.
She
No.
had a great moment like against like Biden. And
Yeah,
one of
about the
those debates.
segregation.
Yeah, that was a fantastic moment. And then she immediately undermined herself. Like I said again, when there was that Medicare moment, 20 seconds left on the clock. Less than 20 seconds. Help us get to a level 3 hype train. Sub to try and get biscuit sub. Save the hype train.
Give something.
Yeah. But anyway, she she also again she raised her hand for Medicare for all, and then afterwards, right, when asked about it, she pretends, oh, I didn't hear the question. Were they asking about Medicare for all? Oh, I don't actually support that. Okay, right? Once again, don't actually believe it. Just because she votes for it doesn't mean anything, especially since she knows it's not going to pass, obviously. But in any case, beyond that, when all this happened in the last few weeks, I was supportive of having Kamala Harris jump in. I want an open convention, but that's not happening. But even then, I'm like, okay, with Kamala, we have a chance. We don't have a chance with Biden. Biden's brain's melting. He can't possibly win, right? And all the polls were showing that he was no way he was going to win. But then he drops out. And I was cautiously optimistic for her, but I'm losing that optimism already. With what happened yesterday, with her statement about the riots, and what her husband said. At this point, I'm practically a one-issue voter, right? At this point, I'm practically a one-issue voter. Are you or are you not against genocide? Simple. It's a very low bar to clear. At least I always thought so, but apparently not anymore. Joe Biden was pro-genocide. So we didn't clear that bar, and so I wasn't going to vote for him. I made that clear, right? I said it previously. I wasn't going to vote for him. But it sounds like from her husband came on, her husband is a Jewish individual, and he said, well, don't worry. She's always been a fan of Israel. She will continue to be a great friend of Israel, right? And I'm not looking for her to be some sort of like radical like me, right? I understand. I get what the situation is. All I want her to do is to check Israel to say, hey, you have to stop the violence. We can support you like we've always done.
Wait, her husband said that?
Her husband went on TV and said she will continue to be a friend to Israel, a strong ally to Israel. That's what he said in this moment.
But she herself.
This is why we can't have presidents. Their husbands decide foreign policy.
Oh my God! Anyway, try.
Wow.
If that's the case, if this is how she feels, right? And I don't know because she hasn't stated
you don't know
directly
how
yet.
She feels, you know how her husband feels.
I do know how her husband feels, and that's what really matters. That's
true.
Well,
she did put out a statement.
Yeah, she put out that statement, but I'm saying that statement was more about the protests, right? So it didn't say directly how she's going to handle the Gaza situation. I'm waiting for her to be asked directly about it, so I'm going to hold out hope until then, right? But if she doesn't clear my bar of saying, hey, no more genocide, not that we don't support Israel, then we were no longer an ally of Israel. I can't hope for that yet. I know I can't hope for that. But hey, no more bombs to prosecute a genocide with American taxpayer money. If she can't cross that bar, then no, I'm not going to vote for her.
Can I ask you a question?
Wait, you have to say something about Ukraine.
Let me last sentence. And I think to answer your question directly, Smooth, is that if she doesn't clear that bar, she's going to lose a lot of that support, that support she has right now from Gen Z, from millennials, from a lot of people who are watching the slaughter for the past year and wanting it to stop. If she can't clear this bar and she loses that support, then I think she loses. Done.
So okay. So I've heard all of your responses. So And on the Gaza issue, like my thing is this: I'm not looking for her to jump out the window and say, like, you know what I'm saying, say the word genocide. She could not say that and just say, like, yo, I want the violence to end and God, like, just saying just that much is cool enough for me, because I know how the other side is gonna frame it if she does say that word. I know she's in a political pickle if she uses that word, and if I want her to win. So her just denouncing the violence on Israel's behalf towards civilians is enough. If she just directly says Israel stop attacking civilians with our bombs, like that gets the point home without calling it a genocide. I know that's what a lot of people
She
want,
doesn't
but
have to
I
call it
know
as
the other.
genocide. I don't care. Just
Oh, okay.
stop it.
Okay,
Yeah.
'cause that was gonna be one of the questions I was gonna ask you.
Yeah.
Okay, so cool. As long as she just calls the stop to the cool,
Yeah.
cool. So we're on the same. We're on the same page
My
there.
bar is so low.
Why?
Please
Why?
do
Why
it.
did I want to know
So
when you
I
ever
read.
said anything
So hold on,
about
Bam. Hold
why
on, Bam.
Ukraine?
Hold on, Bam. Hold on, Bam.
You
Bam.
make it
I was
perform the
chilling.
BS.
Hold on. I was chilling.
I know.
I let y'all go.
You're right.
Now I can't even answer my own question. That's crazy.
I'm sorry. I have a problem.
Yeah, like let me cook. Okay, now I'm in the kitchen. Like let me try and cook. Now my that's my one issue with her. That's one. Two, I agree with GSU, the assault weapons ban thing. That's just never gonna. That's not gonna fly. That's gonna. You have some middle of the ground voters in these swing states that aren't gonna buy into that. So you're gonna need to like just change up what you're trying to do. The assault weapons ban is not gonna. It's just not gonna happen. This 4-year presidency is not gonna happen. Okay, that Supreme Court that you have, it'll just get struck down anyway. So I don't even know why you're trying to push the issue. It's just not gonna happen right now. You got other fish to fry. Focus on that. Three, with her, she needs a good VP pick. Okay, she needs a good VP pick. And I've went everywhere and said this. I've said it on my own thing, and I'm gonna say it right now. If she picks Pete Buttigieg, she's gonna effing lose. Hard. Okay? Real hard. She can't
True.
pick him. She can't pick him. She just can't. He can't be on the table. And she's gonna have to pick the most mayonnaise of white guys we have ever seen. He needs to be so clean cut, married, Christian. We need somebody solid, okay? The guy from Kentucky, the governor from Kentucky is fine.
Some people are
Huh?
saying Shapiro. Some people are
So
saying
I said
Shapiro,
Mark Kelly,
Shapiro.
but it's not
Here's the problem with Shapiro. Shapiro sounds good on paper, but I didn't know who he was. All right, he sounds good on
Bashir
paper.
was
He's
one.
young. He's young, but he doesn't scream to the conservative voter that just doesn't want to vote for Trump. All right, that's like they're like trying. If you give them the guy from Kentucky, they can go, okay, I can get, like, maybe he has some sense and she doesn't, and he'll help her make sensible decisions. You know what I'm saying? They can try and get behind it. Like that's my thing. You got to paint a picture for people. And Shapiro, even though he won in Pennsylvania, that's not even a stretch. Like winning in the South, that's huge. Winning in
Right
the South, like that's
Right now, the
huge.
top number one is Mark Kelly. That's who's
That
like
you talking about that senator?
Yeah.
Mark
Yeah.
Kelly is apparently like
Arizona,
very
yeah.
high up on the list.
Senator Arizona.
I believe so.
Well,
Yeah.
listen, his wife's a
He's
mom,
only
so
oh yeah, I'll let you go.
he's an astronaut.
Wait, what?
Mark Kelly was an astronaut, so that also
Yeah.
looks kind of cool.
So it's cool, but then again, people during the last, I don't know, 4 years, they've disrespected scientists. They don't think the moon landing was real. Like, even though it's cool on paper, people are sounding like more and more moronic as time goes on, because the internet is allowing morons to sit next to each other and grade each other's homework. Okay, it's not good. It's not good. We're not in a good place.
They're
So
definitely taking away.
so even with him, hold on. So even with him, him winning is only because of California's economic problems and a lot of people exiting California and going to Arizona. Therefore, his district became more blue, and therefore he was able to win.
I think he was an independent prior. Mark Kelly's.
I mean, but either way it goes, the only reason he's able to win is because more California voters are there. The population demographic has changed.
So there's
He's not good.
No, the thing is, like, and I don't, I guess I just have a mind for thinking of slogans or thinking of different ways that it could work, work in terms of how to appeal to voters, because they can be very one note, and if you give them a good slogan, they'll vote for you. If she were to pick Mark Kelly because he is a former astronaut, they can easily run the "We reach for the stars" and go even further.
No, that's not gonna work. Reaching for the stars. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It sounds like cool on paper, but no, that's just not gonna do it. Her campaign slogan, the people already gave her her campaign
we're
slogan.
Not going back. I like
that's
that one.
That's it. That's the one. That's it. Yep. Pick up on what people are giving you and take it. If your team has any bit of brains, and I already told one of your fucking people, listen to the damn people that are there. They're giving you everything. Just run what they have. People are telling you what they want. Just lie. Just fucking lie at this point.
Yeah, I saw
just
the video.
Give us what we need. Give us what we need so we don't get that guy again. Because if you do anything else, we're fucked.
All right. We have very little time. Go ahead.
So one other thing I think is two things actually. One, I think the Democratic parties their goal is to win elections, and I think another reason why you don't run a primary this late is because you don't want to split your parties appeal on candidates. You don't want someone to feel like, oh, my guy lost or whatever, and then deal with those hurt feelings this close to an election season. So I think that was another reason why the party itself and everyone jumped behind Kamala, because they want a strong united front at this point, this late in the game. The other thing I wanted to ask to you on why your one issue is related to Gaza and not Ukraine. Is that not cool? Is that not a cool issue anymore? I mean, Ukraine has over 150,000 casualties.
Not even equivalent.
Yeah, Ukraine might be worse.
She is pro Ukraine, that's for sure.
Okay. The Russia isn't doing a war of extermination.
They've killed more people.
Yes, a lot of people have died in conflict, right? But the way they prosecuted the war is different. But and that actually does matter, right? And actually, they might not have killed more people. Actually, that might not even be true. They have, I know. And currently, right now, the official count in Gaza is 39,000. But that's only because they literally can't count anymore. They can't make the official count. When I talk about that war of extermination, I'm talking about how so many hospitals have been bombed. They were counting through the hospitals that they can't function anymore. That's the reason why that number hasn't moved for months. There was this unofficial account that an organization had done, and I put it at 186,000. And Gaza only has I believe it was 186,000.
No, that's injured, and that's injured and what.
Okay, my understanding is 100. It doesn't matter. But I'm just gonna move past this. The point is that Gaza only has a million plus, 1.5 million, and so they've killed a greater percentage of the population. But that's not even the focus, right? One, the U.S. establishment has already said they're behind Ukraine. I am behind us assisting Ukraine and fighting the UN invasion. So I'm okay with that. So already they've already agreed to the thing that I want them to agree to. So it's not in the running. The other, I think, a better question to ask me would have been about what's happening in Sudan. I believe Sudan. Yeah. But I do care about that. But there is no, what I would say to that because there's a massive loss of life happening in Sudan right now. I would say that we don't have a political establishment, infrastructure that is like pro the slaughter that's happening in Sudan, right? So the U.S. government can take a more impartial stance as what's happening and try to end that. So hopefully they take some action there. I would like them to, but that's like there's not a political divide on that end, right?
Okay, I think maybe I misassumed your politic, and that's my fault because I assumed it with. I've seen a lot of leftists that are simultaneously holding the position of what's going on in Gaza's atrocity, and we need to do something to stop the violence, and then, but they're also like pro. We need to stop funding Ukraine. We need to help the people over here. Like, blah blah blah. And so that was just a mistake on my end. I don't think those two positions are simultaneously can be held simultaneously. I believe the only reason someone would hold that is because you follow like whatever the issue of the week is, and not actually paying attention to the violence. Because, like I said, because I think that whether you call because I mean technically Gaza hasn't officially been called a genocide. I think that like categorically Ukraine has a strong argument if we're just talking about bodies. Because they're being piled up.
It's more than bodies when they're talking about it, right? Like
I understand the official definition.
Yeah, I understand what you're
saying. People are discussing. When people discuss it, they just say body count.
It's a massive loss of life any which way. So I agree with you that like it's something that should be paying attention. And like I'm on your side here. That like Ukraine is a serious issue. I don't think we should be backing away from that. I don't think it's necessarily that like a person is just like like a flavor of the week type of observer. I think there are some good reasons as to say like why we should stop trying to fund Ukraine. Basically, try to push them to a deal.
And give up their land.
Yeah.
But they would never say that for Gaza.
They
would never say surrender and give up.
It's true. But okay, again, I once again I'm on your side. Right. But I think there are stronger arguments because within like the Donbass regions, whatever the contested regions, there's a large Russian population that's always been there, or has been there for a very long time. But beyond that, like there were like Ukrainian, from my understanding, there were like Ukrainian like war crimes happening there, right? So before the invasion, like Ukrainians were doing awful things to those individuals. What my understanding of the situation is, and if that's true, that does change the calculation a bit. But again, like fuck Russia, and we gotta. I think we need to make it clear that they can't just invade in that manner. So yeah.
Okay, you're fine. You're consistent. Good guy.
Thank you. I appreciate
it. So just for clarification purposes, it's 31,000 Ukrainian personnel that have been killed since the beginning of the war, and 120 to 180 have been killed on the Russian side. And the only reason I had to make that clarification because Ukraine just doesn't have the number of personnel to lose the amount of personnel that was alluded to.
I was talking about when I was looking at that number. I was talking about the unofficial number of Palestinians dead. So we were looking.
No, I was the one who referenced the Ukrainian forces that were killed. I've heard like 150,000.
For Ukraine, is that civilians or is that like?
No.
Which one are you talking about?
I maybe just soldiers.
Smooth.
I'm talking about personnel. I'm talking about personnel.
Okay, that's different. He's talking about military assets rather than
that might be different. Yeah, I've read like a total number of people killed. Like that might just include civilians and everyone.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Now that's doable. That's believable.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But yeah, Russia has like done actual war crimes. To be clear, I'm not trying to like. I don't think it rises to genocide from my understanding of the situation, but like they've done like actual war crimes. We've seen them like when towns have been retaken from the Russians. We've seen that they've like gathered people up, like had them like tied up, like on their knees and just executed them like mass graves. Like they're just like executing wide swath. So what they're doing is awful. So I don't think anyone thinks I'm like light on Russia. Fuck the Russian government for what they're doing. But yeah.
Okay, we're good.
All right, so we've reached the end as of now. What's this thinking? What's happening here?
Still I can't let go.
It's so natural.
Oh, there it is.
I belong to you.
And we just lost how many viewers?
Okay, my bad.
I'm a
I'm
little
sorry.
black
I
mom.
like to have fun. I'm sorry.
Yo, we sung that my last night at college, and it was real lit. Everybody was like crying and stuff too, bro. It was crazy.
I was never like a huge fan of that song. Right?
Boys
Like
to
I
Men?
love Boys to Men. I think Boys to Men is great. But that song never really
I'm
grabbed
surprised
me.
you know who made the song.
No,
I've
Boys to
always
Men?
said my
Surprised you didn't
mother
say Drew Hill or some
That's
Jodeci or something.
I don't know
my
names of people. so
my
I
mother
can't really
loved them a lot, and my mother would always play like old like records. So I know like stuff from like the 70s and 80s as well, right? But like past like the 90s, things get fuzzy for me. Like 2000s, like Britney Spears, I guess I know some stuff there. But then after that, it's Dead Space. Dead Space for me. I don't know. But okay. This was a lot of fun. I think we did actually cover a bunch of ground. Hold on one second. This point is, why wouldn't it qualify as a genocide when Group A, Russia, is attempting to kill and subjugate Group B, Ukraine, explicitly on ethnic lines? I'm not sure if they're trying
They're
to
just trying to
kill.
take over the country. They don't actually care about killing. They're saying they made the claim that Ukraine's ran by Nazis and they're trying to just stop the Nazis, but really they just want the country. They want the land.
Yeah, I don't think it's a complicated answer, but yeah, I don't think they're trying to kill them. On ethnic. I think that the definition of genocide is actually really tight, and it has to be because in a war, right, and in a brutal war, you're going to have lots of deaths. Now, that doesn't in itself the amount of deaths, because if the other side happens to be of another ethnic group, you could say, well, that's genocidal because there's been a lot of deaths, but that's not enough. So, and I had said this previously, but I don't have it in my head right now. I had to like go back and like look at the actual definition of genocide because you can find it. There's rules to this, right? From my understanding, again, without like digging into this at this very moment, like what they're doing doesn't rise to genocide. I can be
The
convinced
intentional
otherwise.
annihilation
But
of a group of people in whole or in part. I think that's the official definition for
yeah,
genocide.
but like in any, but there's more to it than that because in any war, you're going to be annihilating a people in part, right?
I think it's like I said, it's the intention is like the
Yeah, the
goal.
intentions. Yeah, there's more to it. So I don't. Is there's one text account? God's account is a genocide from people invest. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely, it's a genocide. Many international organizations have named it a genocide. The UN has preliminarily counted it as a genocide. Yeah, and so many countries are backing the case that it's a genocide.
Didn't they just say it's plausible at this point? I don't think it's been.
Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Preliminary. That was the preliminary ruling, and the actual ruling though, takes like years to do. Right? People are underestimating that the weight of that preliminary ruling though. That's a lot of weight for them to say that. It's not like that's a light thing. Like we're not quite sure. It's like with like the evidence gathered here, we're saying this is a plausible genocide. Our final ruling will take years and years, and then we'll say it. So just keep that in mind.
So the definition of genocide: the deliberate killing of a large number of people from a particular nation or ethnic group with the aim of destroying that nation or group. I don't think Russia is literally wants to destroy Ukraine. They just want to own the land.
Yeah,
That may be
that's
a
what I'm
Google
saying.
definition. I don't think that's a legal
Yeah.
definition though.
I
No,
don't.
dude, that I just read that from Oxford. What the fuck?
They're
That's what I'm saying. I think that's
Not
like a
le-
definition.
not
I don't
le-
think it's the legal. Like there's
Yeah.
a legal
That's
term
a
versus like
definition.
Oh, okay, you want that one? Oh,
the legal term.
There's a-
Like,
there's a
I don't.
slight
I think you
difference.
can. I don't think it involves. It
Hold on,
has to
wait,
be
wait,
large
wait,
number
wait,
of
wait.
people.
Hold on, White. Prime was about to say something really important because he was trying to close the panel.
Okay. Yeah. Let's wrap it up. And we can talk afterwards if you guys want. But I just want to allow people to be able to leave. Because we've already fulfilled our commitment here. But thank you all for being here. We're going to give a outro to all these kind of individuals. We can, if you guys want to stick around for a bit afterwards, we can. But thank you. Alila Kai for coming through. I finally was able to deliver to you a panel. I'm sorry that it couldn't happen in the previous weeks, but I'm really glad that you made it. I've missed you, friend. And you're such a calming like a part of these panels compared to all the rest, right? So thank you so much, friend.
Hey, it was worth the wait. I think waiting a couple weeks just made this so much better. Like everybody was ready to rumble as soon as we got here.
Yeah. GSU Gambit. Gambit's a real one. Always been a great support of this community. Thank you for the previous subs. And thanks for always like when you can, because I know you're really busy. You coming through and like you're fired up, you're ready to participate. This was great. I love watching you go back and forth, especially when you're yelling at Bam, not yelling at me. That's always entertaining. So let's do more of that in the future. But thank you so much, friend.
Yeah, no, happy to be here, man. Happy I can have time. Shout out to the people of Ukraine. I know quite a few people from there, so shout out to them. But yeah, I said I wasn't gonna yell today, and then Bam started talking, and then we went down just rabbit hole after rabbit hole.
Yeah.
So like, I really tried my best. I failed, of course, but you know, there's always tomorrow, and that's why we wake up to be better than we were the day before.
You
So
woke up today and you
yes,
chose peace, but then you met Bam and you had to choose violence. So it is what it is.
I challenge you. I'm making you a better man, Gambit.
pretty much.
One day at a time.
Yeah, like I really am learning how to deal with just fallacious arguments. Like I'm becoming great at this. Like you are helping me for sure.
Thank you so much.
But shout out to everybody. I ain't talked to y'all in a minute. I talk to a few of y'all regularly,
No.
but I haven't talked to
Allegedly.
everybody on stream in a minute. So
Allegedly.
good to see y'all.
Maybe. But our friend.
Yeah, so somewhere that somebody committed treason today, which is wild. But
Who knows?
we don't even,
Who knows? Wow. I wouldn't, boy. Let's go to our friend.
it was big treason too. Jesus Christ.
Let's go to our
How
friend
could you?
Razor, who would never commit treason. Whatever you might be talking about, I wouldn't know. But Razor.
I lost us to that. I have no clue what he's
Yeah,
talking about.
there's nothing to know, so don't worry about it. But Razor, thank you for being here, friend. I missed you. We haven't had a chance to talk. So I'm glad you were able to make it out here today.
Yeah, sorry I came a little late. It appears my job is still being stupid about like overburdening us with deliveries and shit. So
You need to be unburdened by what has been.
You
And
think you
will
just fell
be,
out the
baby.
coconut tree?
God damn it. I knew these were coming and I said that. Fuck. Okay. But yeah, no, it's always fun to come in here. I was a little sad when I went for the past few weeks when we didn't have the thing, because like this is again almost a comfort area for me now to just come in, even see in the chat where people are saying stupid shit. It's funny. Coming on here, being able to be fiery when I want to be, or just sit back and listen to some intelligent black people and Gambit.
Yeah, I'm extremely intelligent. I agree. You should definitely segment me out. My intelligence is much higher than typical, so I agree.
Take
I
it the good
shouldn't
way,
be
I
looped
guess.
in with
Whatever, have
peons.
your fun.
I agree. I agree.
But yeah, due to it obviously being late, and I was probably gonna be too tired to even try and say anything. I didn't stream today, but I am trying to stream a little bit more. I just picked up Zenless Zone Zero. Probably gonna be playing that for a little while. If I get home at decent times, I'll be hopping on playing that more. Follow me on Razor Sharp G here on Twitch.tv. And catch me on every other week with my friend Howard Rhodes, where we on my show No Man's Land. I would enjoy your guys' thing and help me get to affiliate.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, friend.
Also, Razor, I like your mustache.
I decided to get rid of everything except for this small bit, and I was like, let me just do this. Let's see what it feels like for a little while.
It feels like porn, but okay. That
means I get puss. Let's fucking go.
Well, apparently you do. Apparently, I mean, like looking a tall, handsome Razor, right? Yeah, actually he does. Razor pulls.
What happened to puss? We should bring back puss. We don't say that no more.
Yeah.
Last time you had some good puss.
God,
Push
someone
don't
please.
sound delectable. Like, nah.
I'm bringing it back.
I'm not
Already
clipping
started.
something else today.
Nah.
Just quickly, GSU. I didn't ask you this before. Do you play Elden Ring?
I don't play bad games. I usually don't
Oh
have
my
time.
god.
Oh,
Ah.
I
final
play
thing.
Yu-Gi-Oh though.
Oh, and final
I
thing,
play
of course,
Yu-Gi-Oh.
we are not going back there.
Wait,
I
wait,
gotta
wait,
put
wait,
it in
wait,
there.
wait.
We are not
Hold on.
going back
I'm sorry, Prime. You made me do this, and I had already gave my closing. If any of y'all play Lorcana, it's on Tabletop Simulator. It's the new Disney TCG trading
I've
card
been
game.
seeing the cards.
It's actually extremely dope. If any of y'all play or want to play, I'll play with you.
What's it called?
Is there
Drop the
are
name
all
of
the
it, 'cause I
cards
never been
already
able to
on
find
the
it.
tabletop simulator? Because I have that game. I'd be
Yeah,
willing.
yeah. You just have to go. There's a website, dreaminc.com. You go there, you make a deck, or you choose somebody
Oh,
else's deck,
okay. It's like
and
how
you
I
can
do with
import it into the game.
okay. It's like how I do with Magic the Gathering. I use Archidect and then I do Magic the Gathering tabletop. Okay.
Exactly.
I
Last thing, because Prime
Feel
made me
free
talk
to
again.
send
This is
me
his
a
fault.
link to that. Send me a link
Jordan
to that.
Peterson has an academy for next year. The pre-orders are finishing by August. So if you want to pre-order to be in the Jordan Peterson Academy, he's gonna have lectures as well as other people, esteemed guests. You can be part of it, just FYI.
Oh my
Throw
god.
tomatoes.
We're gonna have to leave that alone. But Gambit, I think I'd be willing to play with you. I haven't played that game before, but like it'd be
Cool.
nice to hang out with you. Like honestly. So, yeah.
Cool.
Um,
Yeah, absolutely.
So, Smooth, thank you also for coming through. If you play Elden Ring, let me know. But thank you for being around. I wish we could have had more of you today, but even when you're Smooth being as real as he is, like even a little bit of him is a lot. So thanks for so much, buddy.
Yeah, I try to get here. I really do, man. My life is I'm busy, bro. Like it's a lot. It's a lot. It hurts my heart. But I like coming here. I like talking to y'all. You know what I'm saying? Some of y'all are more colorful characters than others. Some of y'all are more coherent than others, and that's good. You know, that's good. I appreciate the conversations. And I'm just glad to be here. I'm glad this platform exists, and I hope I hope we just continue to grow and get new black faces out here into the hemisphere of
That'd be
blackness.
nice. Yeah. Thank you so much. DQ, it was nice seeing you again after all these weeks. Yeah, I know you were having some issues as well, personally.
Yeah, and I broke
s-
my collarbone last week too. So
yeah.
Dang.
Well, I'm glad you made it.
great. Yeah, it's I'm here. It hurts. I'm still in a lot of pain, but there's nothing I can really do about it. It's fun. Thank you for inviting me. I definitely want to be more a part of this conversation, minus, of course, all the fucking technical issues that I seem to have. Thank you, Loop Back. I also clipped the end of the road for y'all too. So I put it in the Discord and I put it in chat so everyone could see it. Should have clipped it from my end because
Thank you.
I was muted and I didn't realize I was. So I'm gonna have to clip it from my end. So
Okay,
y'all we can all hear ourselves together.
that works.
This is amazing.
Thank you.
But yeah, I thought that was really great.
Yeah,
But I love y'all and thank y'all for inviting me. I appreciate it.
that's really
If
sweet.
you like me, come follow me. I'm on all social media channels at the Debate Queen.
That's really sweet. Thank you so much for that. That's actually really kind of you, Debate Queen. Okay. And last, but honestly not least, like one of my favorite people, when he's not giving his
Your own
opinions,
favorite person.
Bam. Thank you for coming through. Like this,
He's
like,
one of the black people. Yes.
he is indeed one of the black people. Bam, you make this panel exciting. When you get fired up, and you're ready to go. I really you spend a lot of time here, so I really appreciate you, man.
No, I super appreciate you. Like I said, I'm grateful every time I get to come on here because, like I said, whenever I said I wanted to do this, you were the only person to actually respond to me and give me opportunities. So I will be forever grateful for that. I appreciate the friendship of everybody here. I really love y'all. And like I said, I think y'all are wrong. I think I'm right. Obviously. But
on.
like One day you two will be the promised land. If I
Bless you.
just stay around. But yeah, no, I really have for y'all happy, man.
Smooth.
Thank you.
Okay, look at smooth. Okay,
Not
all
that
right.
4K.
So we're done with AB. Did someone want to stick around and talk either about Ukraine or anything else? If anyone wanted to
Good. I'm gonna
I'm probably
go.
gonna play a little bit of Zenless Zone
Okay.
Zero.
all right, Gambit,
I
Bam?
can't make any promise. I'll be invested. I'm like, yeah, I'm here, and then in 7 minutes, I'll just throw up a deuce. And
Okay.
then,
Yeah, I may go play Street Fighter or Lorcana.
Elden Ring.
If I make an account on that
Elden
Lorcana
is
thing,
one player though,
if
right?
I make an
It's that
account
game
on
that
that
everybody
thing you
plays
just
that's
sent,
really hard.
Yeah, it's a tough game.
Yeah.
it
Elden
is.
Ring.
If I make an account on that thing that one site and then have the table set up, would you willing to send me a friend code? I'll play with you. I can just
Yeah,
find
yeah, absolutely. I'll play with anybody. Matter of fact, we can turn this into a Lorcana stream.
Okay.
I'm
I won't
very,
participate in the
very
Lord
new to
Counter
it
Strike.
though.
I don't even know what that is.
So am
You don't
I.
like
I've
supporting
learned
Disney?
about it. I've been seeing the cards. I never knew how to play it. So.
It's a really good game, but damn it, it's Disney.
I feel like, why do you just know about everything a little bit?
I have a
Like,
lot of hobbies.
Clearly, like I've never seen anything brought up that Kai doesn't know, like legitimately
That's
know a
true.
little bit about. It's
Hey,
weird.
that's actually, man. Kai,
That's
what do
very
you really do, Kai? What do you really do?
I'm talking about any comic
Not have a
book,
life.
any video
That
game, any
man knows
series,
everything.
Nah,
any game.
you got that Neuralink in your head. That's what's going on.
This man is
That's
like
what the hell
Googling
is
in real
happening.
time.
Yeah, let me play Slay
Yeah.
the Spire while I talk to y'all.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
Oh,
fun.
wait, we can talk about that for like 10 minutes.
What?
How Elon Musk is changing humans into cyborgs.
Oh
We're
my
already
God.
cyborgs, but
Yeah, yo, I gotta at some point we gotta sit, you and I, and well, maybe in the group too as well. We gotta like update like your ideas on Elon, right? Because like we haven't talked about Elon for a long time,
What does
but
he
like
believe in?
Elon has been continuously
Daughter
falling
came
apart.
out.
No,
Like-
Smooth's video that dropped today when he was talking about the list of people that are protected by Elon and what they're able to say and do. I was losing my mind watching that.
You
Thank
see how
for
Kai
that,
already
Smooth.
knows
I
about
haven't
Smooth's
seen
video?
that.
Yeah.
It's conspiracy, but
Bro,
Kai already
he
knew,
has
like,
a Neuralink in his fucking
like,
head.
Smooth's video. Like,
Smooth had to drop this within the last 2 hours. We were on the panel and he's seen it. Like he has a Neuralink.
No, it was
Bro.
first thing this
Like,
morning. I was up working out at 4 a.m. and I was watching Smooth's video.
That's
Yeah, that's
dedication. That's wild.
I haven't seen it. Didn't pop up for me.
Smooth, always making moves.
But yeah, like I said, I don't understand what Elon believes in, what he advocates for. Like this nigga was like,
What do
yeah,
you mean?
I think I'm voting for Trump, but then Trump was like, F electric cars and give me $45 million, nigga. And then Elon was like, I ain't giving that nigga no money. And like now I'm confused.
Razor,
you doing?
get your stream started if it's not started already.
Oh,
He's
I'm
trying to send it to you.
fuck.
Yeah, take your raid, my dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guy.
So yeah, what is that? What does he actually believe in and advocate for? Because he said that Trump's a person of personality or something.
So look, you can tell. So look, since we're talking about it, let's talk about it. Look, you can tell what Elon supports and advocates for just off of what he allows on his platform. His platform is a direct reflection of what goes on internally inside his head. It is a one-to-one. He is literally shaping the public sphere to reflect more and more what he believes. That is what he bought Twitter for, to guide discussion. Even when I try to avoid conservative think pieces and well, I can't say that. Anyway,
retweets.
When I have them,
retweets, yeah.
like they are absolutely stupid. No, it's not even retweets. I'm talking cold, just tweets. A cold tweet, I'd see them. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. I should not see some of their behavior. I even went out of my way to tell the algorithm by muting and blocking said accounts that I don't want to see it, and yet I still see more every day. And they're always 2 steps away from Elon. You go to follow by, you click the first one, then you click the next one, and that page is followed by Elon. And guess what? The page in between was just blatantly racist. You can click on them and you can go. You find a lot of those code words that he's saying he allegedly it's a fake list. And then some dude commented on my video and he was like, "Oh, I talked to some coder guys and they were saying it's fake." And I'm just like, if it was fake, there has to be some validity to this list. Either this list is old.
Did you
Either-
find this list?
Is
Huh?
it
What
all
you
just
talking about?
based on? I mean, but is he doing all this because he has a
Okay.
trans kid that doesn't talk to him no more?
Man, hey, his kid destroyed him today.
Yeah,
Like
I'm
destroyed.
Oh yeah, I saw that post.
Destroyed.
reading
I
it.
didn't even see it.
That fucking article
Yeah, I'm live now.
I haven't seen it.
said.
Yeah, I read the
But he
tweet.
does have a really good interview with Jordan Peterson. For y'all who haven't seen it, you should go.
Really
Is
good.
there
Go
such
listen to
thing
it.
as a good interview with Jordan Peterson?
Thank you.
Yes,
This is a
several.
misnomer.
There's thousands.
No.
There's like thousands of them.
Crazy enough. Like I don't think Jordan Peterson is that interesting, but I think he was a really interesting interviewer. Like I think as far as running a platform, like talking to other people, I find him really interesting and kind of the way that I think Joe Rogan is good at like having conversations with people, even if I don't think Joe Rogan is that interesting himself.
Hey, did you shorten your name to Razor Sharp G?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Razor Sharp G.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why you
Uh,
probably couldn't find it.
Yeah,
Jordan
yeah.
Peterson
Rating
rarely
you
says
now.
things of redeeming value. It's kind of rough to listen to. It's a bunch of
Nonsense.
psychobabble jargon.
I don't mind Jordan Peterson. I actually like Jordan Peterson. Like for the most part, like I don't have any like strong disdain for him. But Elon, like
Hey.
he's on my
Elon is
list.
my guy, dog.
Nah, he can't be your guy